Ready we have. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the council meeting for the 19th of March. Please join me in standing for the karakia. Thank you. Right. Okay, I've only got one apology this morning, and that's from Yanni, who will be a wee bit late. Declarations of interest from Pauline, who's declared an interest on item 12. Right. The other thing that I'm doing is just bringing item 15 forward. So after we've had the public forum and the deputations, we'll bring that item forward because there's some people here doing the deputations who'll be interested in it. So first up, I'd like to welcome Nicola and Jill, who are here on behalf of Housing First, who will talk to us about their work in the city around homelessness and outline the role they play. Welcome. Good morning.
So I'm Jill Hawkey. I'm the director at the Christchurch Methodist Mission, and my colleague Nicola Fleming. And the Christchurch Methodist Mission holds the contract with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development for the Housing First project, and we employ the staff, but it's a collaboration across 6 organisations that you'll see on the back of your handout that's on your desk. And so it's great that the City Mission, one of our partners, is here with us today as well. So part of it is also just to thank the City Council, because Housing First has now been in operation for 7 years, and the City Council gave significant both financial support and also personnel support at the beginning in helping us get Housing First off the ground in this city. So now we're adequately funded by the Ministry of Housing, so don't need that ongoing support, but really grateful for the support that you gave us. So I'll hand over to Nick, who will give us a bit of an update on where we're at with Housing First.
Kia ora koutou, my name's Nick, obviously, I'm manager at Housing First. I just wanted to say thank you too for the funding we received in 2018. It's supported us to allow kaiwa, which is our clients, to integrate into community, which is one of our principles. So bus cards, phones, all those type of things. So that's been really helpful. Thank you too to Rose and John, who support Housing First. They're from the council as well. And Josh and Matu, who we work with the City Mission, who send us a lot of referrals, which is what you will see on the back here, but I'll cover that shortly. So I just thought I'd quickly go through this brochure, which I've printed out for you, and you're more than welcome, obviously, to take it away. We currently are working with almost 300 kaiwa, so it's a really busy space, which is always increasing, unfortunately. We have 82 on our wait list. Generally, this is about what we sit at all year, so never seems to go down. We have 40 whānau, so when we first started Housing First, we generally picked up older males from the streets. Now we're picking up people with kids, so it's really, really sad space to be in. What you'll see here is our whānau team, which we introduced last year. They work with OT to get kids back into care or to get visiting rights with our kaiwa. Quite often people forget that homeless people also have tamariki, so it's a really important space for us. The Commons, which is well supported by the council and used to be down at the Commons next to the town hall, now runs at Phillipstown Hub, so it's a lunch for kaiwa and it's used for us to engage and connect, and Josh and Matu go down there too. So we get a lot of referrals down there. It has lost traction in the last month, but we're just going to pick that up slowly when we get another space, so that'll be good. We've started our own health clinic. This comes into us through the Disc Trust, so you might know it as Roger Wright or Hep C. What we found is kaiwa don't connect to GPs, or they can't get into GPs, so they find it quite a white-walled, scary space with heaps of barriers. So our health clinic runs. 95 kaiwa have been through there, and a lot of them are not connected with GPs, so it's a really important space for us. Lots of really good things are picked up, Hep C being one of them. Our labour pool, which is run by one of our partners at Te Whare Ruimata, so it's a into-work package. They help kaiwa get work ready. So we've started that. It's been almost going a year. We have about 5 people who attend there, and they're just getting up and going to work each for 3 days a week. So really important space. If they don't get to work, they learn how to ring in and not go to work. So it's all those type of things. Heo Rangaroa, which has now been going 2 years, really important space for us. We have a group, and it's a growing group, and of huge concern to us, of people who can't get housing in Christchurch any longer. They are often high, complex needs, huge mental health, huge risk, and we have a group of them, as I said, which is growing, where we just cannot house these people anywhere. No one can take them. They've had 4 or 5 chances of housing, lost it all. We've opened Heo Rangaroa, which is in Hagley Ave. Sorry if you've heard about it. It may not be a great story, but it is a challenge for us, and it's something we're pretty proud of. We house Māori in there, 7 males, 1 female, and work really hard to teach them how to hold a tenancy. So it's a learning space, it's a learning environment. It's very challenging, but we're proud of it. You will see on the back of your brochure, referrals, huge increase. Homelessness is not going away, and it's getting worse, and we're really worried about that. So we're doing all we can to help in this space. We've got currently about 215 people in housing who we support and provide wraparound care for, which is the only option we think is working. Some of it works, some doesn't, but we've got a great team of about 35 staff who work every day on this stuff, so it's really important. You'll see on the graph there's people who have been housed over 12 months. It's hard to keep people into housing who have been homeless, really, really tough, and it's really hard for them too. Some of them haven't lived in a house for years and years and years, so it's a lot of work for us to teach them how to do that and for them to be able to do that and feel happy in that environment. So 139 people over 12 months, so we're really proud of that.
Okay. All good?
Yep.
Thanks very much. Now, you've used all time up, but has there anyone got a burning question that they'd like to ask? No? Thank you. Oh, yes, please.
I just thank you. That's really interesting. I guess, would it be true that actually some of the reason that people don't last a long time in the house or the unit is due to the company they keep?
Sometimes,
So
yeah.
how do you manage that? You've got to teach people to be able to sort of say, no, you can't come round on,
Yeah, I think there's lots of aspects to it, because they come from the street or couch surfing or whatever, they have their friends, they then get a house and their friends are still on the street, so they like to think, I'm going to help them, let's give them a bed for the night. So that's how that starts.
Right.
Drug dealing and addiction is also an issue, so that's what happens too. But our staff work really hard, and we work with police and we work with tenancy managers and all those type of people to say, is this a good thing for you? Are you going to get any further in that housing if you continue with that, that course of life, I guess. So it's a learning thing, but it doesn't happen overnight, and it happens a lot.
No, but
Yeah.
do you feel that you're getting somewhere?
Yep. So I think the graph on the back of 139 remaining in housing for 12 months and over is a huge success. So we keep them in there. Yeah, I think the hardest thing for us is lots of people lose tenancies, and then to get another one is really tough too.
That's right. Yeah.
So if we get private properties, which is what we sometimes have to do, that lease is only for a year, and sometimes that ends after that year, and then they're homeless again, and really hard to get them back into another house. So lots of challenges.
That's good. Thank you for coming in, and thank you so much for the work you do. It's brilliant.
Cheers.
Much appreciated. Okay, so now I'd like to welcome Bridget, who's here on behalf of the Green Lab, who will talk to us about how they utilise urban greening for social wellbeing and the work it undertakes around Christchurch. Welcome.
Kia ora, tēnā koutou. I'm Bridget Allen Tokoinga. I am the current director of the Green Lab. My background, I've got a degree in fine arts from Canterbury University and landscape architecture from Lincoln University, and also the co-founder of Stitchamet in New Brighton, and still on the board with Stitchamet. I've been in this role coming up 2 years working for the Green Lab. So the Green Lab was formerly Greening the Rubble, and is a grassroots organisation set up after the Christchurch earthquakes. Our purpose is to create meaningful green spaces around Otatahi with a focus on sustainability, gardening, landscape and urban design on a practical level with social wellbeing outcomes. Greening the Rubble, as you probably all know, was a sister organisation with Gap Filler and Lives, and was part of city placemaking after the earthquakes. And it was all made possible with funding from the Christchurch City Council. So we'd like to thank you for that. These groups have put Christchurch on the map for community-led disaster response. And like a phoenix, good things come from the rubble, and Greening the Rubble saw the strength in the work we do in the community after the earthquakes as a way of connecting people together with plants, landscaping and nature-based solutions to build a stronger, more resilient communities. So hence we changed our name and now trade as the Green Lab, as we're moving with the evolving city landscape, and we can face more, help to identify more uncertain times with climate change, and when we face things more like with fast flooding, we still see strength in working with vulnerable groups to help strengthen their wellbeing and strengthen the environment and upskill people. So some of the stuff that we're working on at the moment is building schools. So we work at the Phillipstown Community Hub as well, where we, with the Enliven funding, we did manage to build a hard material workshop space where we run workshops and we work with a diverse range of people from preschool age children, elders, students from Te Kura, university students, people in between jobs. We've connected with Housing First, and hopefully some of their people can come to these building workshops. Since we've been running in May, we've had 100 visits to the workshops, where we've built insect hotels, bird boxes, reusing ACM signs that go into landfill, and flower presses. From these workshops, we've also been doing building workshops at the New Brighton Community Gardens as part of an ecological residency that we're working on in New Brighton. Our office is at the Avon Hub, which is in Shirley, and we're working on the green space around the outside of the building. We have also affiliated with the Eastern Sports Recreation as their sort of green arm and help add to the recreational services in terms of gardening and workshops that we can run. And we're also looking at moving our mobile lab into Rāwhiti Domain, where we can further increase these workshops on ecological issues. And we're also setting up events looking at the cocaine reserve and hopefully a seasonal booklet on what you see when you go to the beach and what you see when you're walking along the river. We also do a really strong part of our work is working with other community groups and co-creating outdoor spaces. We built a nature play for the Avon Otakaro Forest Park with funding from Hummingbird. We've also designed a children's play space for home and family. And currently, our really exciting thing is our natural dye garden with the White Room, where we're going to host a lot of workshops on what natural dyes are. And also we're working with the Canterbury University, the Computer Science Department, on an interactive solar energy piece, helping to communicate to families and educate them about what solar energy is and what community energy is. So these are just some of the community groups that we've worked with, and our funders. We'd really like to thank the City Council for the funding that we have received from you. Yeah.
Good. I've got a question for you. If you go back a couple of slides, that one.
Yeah.
Have you got a place for, because some contractor people I know, they sometimes have to go and look for lizards, right?
All right.
They might not be happy about it, but they are, and when they've got to do it, they've got to get them. The biggest problem is they've got nowhere to put them. Have you got an area that is all right to put them in?
Yeah, well, we're currently designing a lizard lounge.
Right. Silly me. But there are one of the problems that I'm hearing is if a subdivision is taking place, you have to do an ecological report and go out and say, right, look at it. If you find some, at the moment, whoever finds them has got a problem of somewhere to take them.
Yeah.
So have you, I wouldn't say registered lizard lounge, but I'll get our guys to talk to you, because if you can take them not council people. I'll get them to have a yarnty if that's right.
Yeah, no, it should be really good. We're building that at the Avon Hub, so they really like stone walls. So there's already that stone wall that's there, and it's a bit rubbly there. And we've been using our old corrugated iron from building projects, cutting it up, and so it's actually the guys from Salisbury Street Foundation House. One of them has actually he takes home the corrugated iron and does it back at Salisbury Street. And then another guy is painting. He's done these amazing paintings of lizards on these little corrugated stacked towers that we'll put in with the gravel, and hopefully the school from Shirley Intermediate, the kids there will help us build it.
I'll get someone to come and have a yarn to you. That's good. Thank you very much. All good? Thank you very much. Good on you. Righty-ho. We now have Joshua from City Mission Outreach, who's here to speak about item 15. And there's got a wee presentation as well. So good to see you, mate.
Kia ora and good morning.
Hey.
My name is Josh Potter Gardner, and this is Machi Taitoko. We are the outreach kaimahi for the Christchurch City Mission and the city at the moment. First off, I'd like to give acknowledgements to the council, to our councillors, to John, Slaughter, Gary and Rose, our collaborative partners, other community service providers that we work with, and I'd also like to give a shout out especially to the Parks and Recreation of the City Council. They have been very good at keeping in touch with us and helping us support our whānau within the red zone. Also, I'd like to give a shout out to our homeless whānau, the most important acknowledgement for us. Over the last 6 months, homelessness is a symptom of many, many different factors. Over the summer, we expected a summer migration, which we've seen every year for the last couple of years, where there'd been an increase of whānau from across the country coming to Ōtautahi seeking housing. This was normal. This is normal to us. However, the central city had been quiet in regards to visual homelessness. New Brighton and Riccarton seem to be a lot popular with people sleeping very close, especially New Brighton with the beach and the visual homelessness that's in Riccarton. Changes between September. We had seen in September an increase that we have not seen before. And due to this, I feel, as government changes with MSD and the changes with emergency hotels not being accessible for our whānau, it is very difficult for us to get somebody into emergency hotels due to what they call contributing to homelessness. We had the Auckland City Mission increase with an increase of 58% people on the streets. We had Wellington City Mission increase with a 40% increase. This time as our data started to increase dramatically with visual homelessness. January this year, we had 59 new people that Outreach had met that had been homeless. This ranged from the age of an 8-week-old baby laughing in a tent, a 75-year-old grandfather sleeping in a slide, and a family of 6 living in a portacom. This is some of the things that we are seeing. We are seeing homelessness in every single ward that the councillors are at. We have been called out to Godley Head. We have been called to all parts of the city. A big increase that we've seen in the past few months, which is very different, is the increase of women on our central city streets alone. That is something that is very different to what we've normally seen. What's been contributing to this homelessness? For us, homelessness is an epidemic. We can see this in our country. It is increasing very, very fast. The tail is getting longer. Individually, we are winning at homelessness for certain people that we can help into housing and onwards. But overall, we are absolutely getting slammed. Day by day, we are meeting new people every day. Our shelters are full, our transitional house is full, and we are turning people away daily at the gate because we have no room for these people to come and sleep somewhere safe. As I said before, the MSD changes benefit the sickness and job seeker. I spoke to a man today that found out that his benefit's been cut. He doesn't know because there's no access to internet, no home address to access the mail. Found out today. He's pretty stressed out this morning about what he needs to do to get his benefit up and according to the debts that he has. The cost of living. Cost of living is insane. We have slumlords out there that are charging $350, which is the maximum that you can get for your single person accommodation supplement. This is why I think we see people begging on the streets as well for money. $350 for a single room. This is known. This is known to us as well. The lack of affordable housing. I think that's something that I don't really need to get into. We see this all the time. Our social housing stock, it's very limited. Our tail is getting longer. I know that our collaborative partners are doing all the best they can to get our whānau into houses. But at this moment, as I said before, our tail is getting longer and longer and longer. It's really hard out there. We've got whānau out there that would need to get a medical certificate. I myself went to the doctor last week. It cost me $119 for 2 visits, you know, and I work full time. That's a big chunk. When you're on the street, I don't know where that money's going to come from, let alone if you are registered with a GP. We have issues with people leaving prison. We have issues with people with no ID, no bank account that arrive on our streets. So in order to get a benefit, if that's required, it will take at least 4 weeks to get your ID from Kiwi Access, and then another couple of weeks to get your benefit on board in that. I know I'm talking about people that are on the benefits that are homeless, but let's talk about the full-time workers that we also meet that are living in their cars, finding somewhere to sleep at night and go to work. Let's talk about the students who work full-time, study full-time, that are trying to better their lives for all our communities, having nowhere to live, sleeping in their cars, getting dressed, getting fed, going to study, then finding somewhere to sleep that's safe. We have met people from all ages. Homelessness does not discriminate. I've said this before and I say it again very loud. Homelessness does not discriminate. We have met, as I said, from 8 weeks old to 75 years old. We have met all races. We have met all people. We have people from the refugee centre that will come and reach out to us for help. This is an epidemic right through New Zealand. Some of the solutions that me and Machu talk about, you know, is on a outreach level. I challenge all your councillors to go and talk to your local MPs. Spread the word that we are sharing here. Tell your MPs, National, Labour, whoever, all of them, let them know so we can get a message to the top that this is an epidemic. We had 4,500 people living in emergency hotels throughout New Zealand in September. The government released data that said there was 500 down by December. Ironically, that is when our street visual homelessness increased dramatically again and continues to climb. I think, as you could see in the data earlier before, back one, next one. And here, with the interactions that we had last year, I had 215 people that I was dealing with. This year, it is over 300. So that's an increase of 90-something. Outreach is actually at the streams of what we can provide and maintaining who we are, maintaining the work that we do out there. We are only 2 men that are out there in the city, doing the best that we can with all the supports that you have and with our collaborative partners as well. But again, we need to get word to the top that something else needs to be done. Something else needs to be heard. The government needs to hear about this very clearly. As I said, doctors were being the cost of living, the lack of affordable housing stock, and with our solutions, you know, we talk about safe zones. You know, safe zones for our whānau to go to. When we come across women sleeping in beaten up cars in the middle of nowhere, there's concerns for their safety. When we talk to children, that I would like to add, you can be a good parent in a car. You can be a great parent in a cabin. You know, just because you don't have a home does not mean that you are a bad parent. But there's a bit of issues with that too, because people are frightened to talk to us. It takes us a bit longer than it used to engage and build a little bit of trust and hope with them. It is, our job is a very privileged role for us to do what we do. You know, we step into the lives of our most vulnerable, and they allow us in there. So that's why my acknowledgement is to our homeless whānau for allowing us to hold on to their hope and also their trust. You know, what is the most important thing in the world? He tangata, he tangata, he tangata. Let's prove it. Let's have action. Let's do it. Holding on to one's hope and walking alongside our street whānau is a privilege. Being their voice and being able to talk their story is a privilege. Housing is a human right, not a privilege. Thank you.
I've got 2 questions, 3. Sarah, please.
Thanks so much, and thank you for the work that you do. When we do approach MPs, those kind of things, what is the ask that we make? What is it in those policy settings and things that needs changing so we can be really specific and targeted with our approaches?
I really believe that we need to tell them the truth. It feels very blind. I feel personally that we have a Prime Minister that's ignoring the facts of the bodies on the sleep, that there's been a huge increase in Auckland, 58%, in Wellington, 40%, not talking about all the small towns and villages in between. These are the major centres. I mean, I've been up to Auckland, I've seen the homelessness down the southern motorway, I've been to Wellington, we've been to Wellington, we see the homelessness there. We've seen the increase of people that are coming back into the central city. That's a sign of the pressures.
So a reversal of those changes that they've made as a start,
Yes.
or on top of that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thanks.
Okay.
But tearing down walls in order to build pathways instead of making it harder.
Yeah.
It's expensive to be poor on the street.
Okay, Andre, please.
Thank you. Is you able to touch on the kind of reasons people are being denied emergency housing and what types of I'm talking people with kids as well, women on their own?
From what I've heard, from on the street, people they won't even try. They'll get to the front desk at MSD, ask for emergency housing, and be told, no, you contributed to your own homelessness.
Right.
What contributes to homelessness to me is very different to a case manager from MSD.
Kia ora, Josh.
Okay. So, I mean, you've got very clear evidence of people being denied emergency housing contributing to more people having to spill out into the streets. Very, very clear evidence. Well, Mr Mayor, you and this council able to write to the Minister basically stating we've got very, very clear evidence that a change in policy has led to more homeless on our streets in Christchurch and we do need to express concern about it.
We'll
support for
liaise
that.
with them about
Yep,
what
Anna.
evidence.
Nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, we're running out of time, but I've got two questions here which we'll do because this is very important. Kelly?
Thanks, Josh. I'm always inspired by the work that you do and to change lives. And you're talking to a very privileged group of people around this table. What is it that we can do practically right now in terms of physical resources? Is it money? What is it that we can do right now for you? Like if we took up a collection, from councillors, is that sort of thing going to make a difference?
I guess for us in outreach, for coming into winter, a lot of our focus is keeping people warm and dry and healthy. We see a lot of injuries, so I mean, to me, that's the focus. While we have a lot of whānau out there, they need to be warm and dry and healthy as much as they can. I mean, I saw people with scurvy on the street.
Wow.
It's enough said, in a sense. But I mean, absolutely anything and everything, Kelly, we would accept and get out to the street. But again, I mean, talking to our MPs in your local area, and actually being heard would be the best thing, and just keep on talking that. I mean, we are always available to talk to any of the councillors at the table
Thank
about
you.
what we need.
Yep. Thank you for burning up time. Tim? And Tim's last one, please.
Yeah, you mentioned about the dole taking weeks, to get and for those who are most in need, whether they've lost a job, whether they've been on the street for a while. That's been around for like over 20 years, so irrelevant of political parties and prime ministers and ministers, etc. It just seems that no change goes into the ministries. So, I mean, do you have any comment with that? Because, I mean, we've all had hard times in our lives, but, I mean, you think, why doesn't it change?
The perspective that I come from there is if you come to the street with absolutely no ID, we've got to find ways to get a birth certificate that proves that ID. Then you need to get a proof of address sometimes for a Kiwi Access card. That could take 30 days. And then by the time you make an appointment to see an MSD and get your benefit on top, that's the weeks that it takes. I mean, having a bank account is difficult out there, let alone ID. It's very difficult for our whānau to get bank accounts out there.
So maybe we should be talking to those ministers saying we've got to, for those who are most in need, the process actually has to change in the sense that let's provide something in the short term, which is 30, whatever it is, to ensure that they're okay, and then let's join the dots. Would that be the better way to go?
I feel so, yes.
Thank you.
There's easier ways.
Yeah, well, it's only been wrong for 25 years or something, so hopefully we can turn around. Then, look, thank you very much for the work you guys do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
And thank you from me too, Joshua, because you are certainly at the cutting edge and seeing it as it is. So thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Okay, there's no petitions, but because of my excitement of not and I moved it, and Pauline seconded the apologies, even though she didn't know. We'll move the apologies. All those in favour of apologies? Aye. Against? Thank you. That's carried. So now we're up to some minutes. So I will move those, and Pauline will second those. There's items number 5 and 6 there. I'll put them together. All those in favour of those? Aye. Against? Thank you. That's carried. And so now we're up to bringing, as I said, bringing number 15 forward. Community Social Housing Update Report. And I see Kate's here as well from OCHT, so it's good to see you again. And Lisa, isn't it? Is that right?
Yes,
yeah.
correct.
Thank you. Welcome.
Right. No, I don't think so. Morena, you all have a copy of the update report, but first of all I would like to start with acknowledging our previous presenters in the room, and as we've already heard, the fantastic work that they do in that space. As we've heard, homelessness and housing happens on multiple levels, and it's not exclusive. It can happen anywhere at any time. But as we've heard, there is multiple agencies and organisations that are out there doing their best in that space. And in Ōtautahi Christchurch, we do have a good network. And as we've heard, there's organisations that specialise in specific areas, but we do collaborate, whether it be directly or indirectly, across that space, so that we are communicating and trying to address this issue as it comes to hand. And there is a lot of good work happening in that sector. So yeah, thank you again to those people. Just also, they touched on with the homelessness is that Jill, myself, and John Slaughter and Bruce have met with MHUD. They had reached out to us, and they are doing a national sort of investigation into homelessness, and they were wanting to know what we were doing and what it looked like in our area. So we have reported that back to them. They are doing that nationally. When we get any results or any feedback from that, we can, definitely share that back. But we're not too sure when that will be. But just that we have spoken to them about that. So moving on, Community Housing Update Report. So this is for the first 6 months of this financial year. As always, we're pleased to be able to come and report what we're doing in that space. There is a lot of good work. One thing I would like, a couple of things I just want to point out. On page 3 of the report, you will notice that we now have in there affordable rental tenancies. This is new. This is a new revenue stream. IRR was capped in July 2025, so OCHT had to start their own wait list as well. So they now offer rentals in the affordable rental space, which is less than market rent, and this will vary according to unit and suburb, but Kate could probably elaborate more on that if need be. What this does highlight, as has been mentioned with governments and things like that, this does highlight a risk for us, that with the change in government policies, it does make us look at the way that we're getting that revenue income coming in, that we can then put back into our housing portfolio. So that's kind of, I just really wanted to point that out in that space, because we do want this portfolio to remain rates neutral, so we do need to continue to look at that revenue stream and how we do that. OCHT, as we all know, they continue to provide an excellent service for council in our portfolio, and that's both in maintaining and improving our properties, which also these properties are people's homes, and OCHT are very good at making people feel that that is their home and that's where they live. This shows not only in this report, but it also shows in the levels of service that we need need to meet, and in the reporting of those that we're so far this financial year we are meeting or exceeding those levels of service with the help of OCHT. Pages 10 and 11 of the report, which is the tenant information section, you will notice that the highest representation of people being housed is still in that 55 to 64 age bracket, and then the next highest in that 65 to 74. So we're still housing that older bracket there. Tenant satisfaction levels also continue to remain consistent, and condition of home in that tenant satisfaction exceeds our level of service also, which is another great stat that we have. Kate, I'll hand over to you now. If there's anything else you want to add to that.
I'll just add for councillors, and especially newer councillors, when we started in 2016, all the modelling that was done on what would make this portfolio survive and be sustainable was we needed to convert 25% of the older grandparented tenancies to an IRR. We actually converted over 50%. We're about 54% of the tenancies in council's portfolio are IRR. That means that we've got ahead of the game so that we could be sustainable for council. So the introduction of this other rent stream is actually in response to changing policy, but also in response to what we're seeing as a much higher need. And you've heard about it earlier today. We've got people who may be working poor, it's not a term I like to use, but people who just do not have enough money to pay a market rent. And so having that affordable rental stream that is less than market, around about 79%, actually allows us to offer housing to a wider group of people in need. There's still a great deal of need out there, and we're having people regularly now that community groups know that we're running a wait list. We are having more and more people coming to us indicating that they are struggling to find housing and they are struggling with cost of living and paying rents. But apart from that, we remain a regulated community housing provider. We work with the regulator who monitors us on an annual basis, but we actually provide her with all new policies, all updated policies, all our processes to have us be the best kind of landlord, called a social landlord class, so that we're doing everything that we can within the law to support our tenants, but also to offer the best possible service to our tenants. Is there anything else in those numbers? Some other numbers you might be interested in. In the last community survey, there was a nice stat that I saw, positive contact with neighbours, people feeling that they were engaging with their neighbours well. 84% of those that answered the survey said that they really did feel that they were having positive engagements with their neighbours and their communities. 65% reported feeling safe in their complex, and again 76% were satisfied with tenancy service. So we don't sit here and go, oh, that's not good, that's good enough. We're always trying to do better, and this year we've actually introduced a different approach to the tenancy survey. We're going out to people, we're going out with iPads, all sorts of things to try and increase the engagement. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
We've got a couple here. Tim first, please, and Tyler.
Thank you. With regards to unaffordable rents, do you know or have looked or tried to find evidence with regards to the effect of Airbnbs on the rental markets? Because there seems to be a huge number of apartments or townhouses, however you want to term them, being used. And I know there's over 450 in the pipeline of 2 bedrooms. Why, with almost a flood in the market, why is it still unaffordable? Do you have any idea?
Really good question, Councillor Scandro. No, we don't look into that.
Yeah.
We do a market survey of what market rents should be by suburb, and we do that annually, and it's an independent survey done by an independent valuer, and they look at all of the rental properties around every sort of complex that we have and give us a comparative what that rent should be.
Okay.
But in terms of knowing the influence of Airbnb on the market, no.
Thank you. I've got another question, but I'll keep positive, so I won't ask that one. With your comments with regards to happy neighbours, when we rebuilt the council housing on Wilson's Road in St Martin's, a number of people were kind of worried about the type of people that would move in there. but to their credit, a couple of older neighbours and the St Martin's Bowls Club came to their support and said they have been historically wonderful neighbours. So it's really good to see that that's a really good attitude. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Tyler, please.
Kia ora koutou. So good to see us. Firstly, I want to start with a really good positive part is to say how awesome the OCH's call centre is. Extremely helpful and really reliable and efficient. The first question is around the government changes. So do you think there's going to be changes in the IIR scheme that we're looking at in the report?
I wish I had a crystal ball and then I'll be able to help us all out. But I won't be facetious. We just don't know. We know that we have a guarantee that that capped number of IRRs stays in place. And we've actually broken the cap down by portfolio. So we know how many council should have at any one time. And we're working really hard with our team to make sure we stay at that cap. In terms of longer term changes, we just don't know. And I think MHUD, as the ministry responsible, are working through a range of options.
Supply contract numbers.
New supply contracts, as Bruce has just kindly reminded me. So new supply contracts are still available around New Zealand. New supply is for building new homes on land that we own, and we get a contract that gives us the right to manage those homes for 25 years as social homes, receiving a subsidy. So we have 300 of those homes in Christchurch at the moment, and those homes they are all over Christchurch. They're really beautiful homes. Unfortunately for Christchurch, we've done such a good job here at building new homes, even though our colleagues who spoke earlier spoke about the lack of housing. There may be a slowdown in new housing for Christchurch. There's been the latest indication from the government.
Thanks, Kate. And acknowledging the amazing diverse range of portfolios you have across the housing industry, I really appreciate that. The second one is actually with tenancies, and there's been in Riccarton, as you know, there's quite a few OCHT homes and Kaingoora homes, might I add. But the relationship with the police, how does that work with OCHT when there is some issues with antisocial tenants, etc.?
Yes, and I'm sure that is concern to many councillors. We're a landlord, so we work within the legislation available to us, which is the Residential Tenancies Act. If there's ever any criminal activity or anything reported to us, we plead with our tenants to please tell the police and to keep us informed of the reports to the police so that we can take the steps that we can take under the Residential Tenancies Act, but we aren't the police. Our role is to make our communities safe, and when we find that there is behaviours going on that are not safe, we use our rights under the Tenancy Act. We might breach people. Ultimately, we can actually go to the Tenancy Tribunal and end a tenancy. But it takes time. You know, the minimum amount of time to do that is around about 90 days.
Great. Thank you so much. It's really good for public knowledge. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Yanni, please.
Thank you, and thank you for coming in. I was just interested in the tenant survey, and you talked about 65% reported feeling safe. Do you know what the trends are for that?
I can come back to you on that, councillor. I think it is a bit bumpy, up and down. We've got the history now of 9 years of history.
Right. Yeah.
I know it went up. I'm just not quite sure to convincingly say.
No, that would be cool. And then the other thing was just regards to the demographic. Again, like, it's good to get the current snapshot, but do we know over time what the trends have been around that as well?
I think in 2013, Council changed its approach to housing people, where it had previously been for people who are older persons. Council adopted the model that was then being used by Housing New Zealand, which was housing people most in need. So it's kind of changed the demographic. We've probably got more people now in the 25 to 55 age group than there would have been then.
Right. Okay. And then I wasn't sure, do you want questions on the housing report as well, or just on OCHT stuff?
Oh, the whole thing? Yeah.
Oh, okay. I mean, I guess I don't know who's best to answer this question, but I look at our housing strategy. We don't have any targets, so we've got joint actions that we're working on, but we don't have any targets, and some of the work feels like it's very slow given the situation that we're hearing about.
That's not quite what the report is about, but I understand where you're coming from.
Sorry,
But we can give the answer that we have given many times before. Councillor, we are constrained by finances, and we don't put targets in deliberately because we can't. Without finances, we can't achieve things. If we work essentially with Kate and other partners on the smell of an oily rag to try and deliver things, we're not going to overpromise and underdeliver because we can't fund things.
Otherwise, you'll create something that you'll regret, a target you'll regret and finish.
Right.
So,
but
thank you.
If we wanted to understand like what more we could do in the space around like the affordable rentals, which I think is great that you're looking at that now. You know, is there a way that we can, like, how do we set the encouragement or like, how do we know what level we want to get to? A bit like to Tim's point, like if you read the social impact in the Greater Christchurch Partnership Plan, it makes it really clear that zoning capacity, e.g. lots of townhouses and apartments, doesn't address the significant housing need at the lower end of the spectrum. And that's the area that I'm hearing that there's huge issues with in terms of demand. So I guess I'm really keen to kind of understand, like, if we wanted to do more in that space, then how do we do that if we don't have the targets? Like, how do we prioritise
We haven't got the
work
money,
done on that?
haven't got the spondoolies.
Well, inclusionary zoning is something that we've, raised since 2007. So I don't think it's a lack of money. We just actually haven't done the work and got to a point where we've made decisions.
So Councillor, we've had discussions on inclusionary zoning, and you do not have a consensus around the table. This really needs to be put back into the councillors and the governance to come up and give the guidance to staff on what you can agree on and what direction you want from us, and we can provide that advice. But at this point in time, you don't have a consensus, you don't have that direction for us, and you can keep asking us to do stuff, but we can bring it forward and then it just dies. Right. So you do the work as governors and give us the guidance, and we will get on with it and deliver.
Thank you. We've got to move on, but please.
Just wanted to know, is there anything that you think that we could be doing that we're not currently doing to address the issue of we have an oversupply of housing at the same time we're facing some of the most severe housing challenges for affordability?
We'd probably have to come back with advice.
Well,
That's putting them on the spot.
That's right. Okay, we'll move on to next week. Now, I'm happy to move this and, sorry, but Sarah's got a question as well.
Oh, has she? I just following from Yanni that, Bruce, could you...
No, sorry. Sarah was before you. But I'm happy to move.
Well, it was connected with that.
No, so I mean, mine follows on. And I mean, the inclusionary zoning thing is difficult because it needs our neighbours to pitch in, right? It's not just us. But when it comes to the actual community housing provision, and while central government funding and housing has slowed pretty much to a halt in Otatahi, and we have a rates neutral policy that was decided on a very long time ago, if we were open as a council to stepping outside of policy for some extra provision of, for example, the high need, the single bedroom kind of places, how would we go about that process and getting some information to be able to inform a decision? So, for example, if we decided that $5 million of capital was well spent in that kind of space, or you said we could do 10 homes for that, or whatever, how would that process work?
Yeah. So first of all, just in terms of the policy, you reapproved it in last June through the LTP. So
we didn't kind of have a discussion around that particular part of it, but yes.
So if I was in your shoes, I would be asking the chief executive for advice.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we can, in this report, maybe we could do something where we ask for advice on the potential for council to enable the extra provision of community housing or something, just something along those lines, just some advice. It's not a report.
So,
that kind of thing.
is that an amendment to the?
Or a potential addition if people are open to that. Just a little bit of advice on what that could look like, so we can make that choice. Yeah.
You two would. You've moved.
Did you second it in the end? Because I moved it. I'm happy to put that in. Pauline seconded it, by the way, Sam. And we're happy to put that in.
That's great.
Could that also include if it's going to be an effect on rates?
Oh yeah, no, we'd include all of that.
It'll be just some advice to see a way forward. That's all we want. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So then my question was similar. It was following on from Yanni, and whether Bruce could suggest some wording that we could put in to begin a process on the inclusionary zoning work. To give you direction on that. So can you think of some wording we could put in that's quite just asking for advice around that?
So I think there's advice coming back, and I'm just looking across at John, through the Greater Christchurch partnership work. I believe that it will come back to council.
But sorry, as you said, Bruce, if all three of the Greater Christchurch partnership people don't agree, inclusionary zoning won't happen.
Yeah, so we can provide the feedback that's occurred, and I think that the partnership may have already received that, but the broader councillors may not, from the other two councils. So we can certainly provide that through.
Okay.
No. So could we
include?
We don't need to put it in a resolution. We can just do that automatically.
Yes, but we don't want to lose sight of it. So it would be good to have something in here saying waiting for the feedback on the Greater Pastorship decision around inclusionary zoning. Otherwise, we will forget, it'll get lost. And then if that comes back as a negative, we can follow our own process around that.
We can't. You know more about this than me, Bruce. If all three don't agree to inclusionary zoning, it doesn't happen. Am I on that right track?
The advice that we've given you is that if all three don't do it, it's probably going to be extremely difficult for one unilaterally to do it, because it would encourage a shift of development into the other areas.
And you will bring that advice back to us when that comes through GCP, so we don't need to put it in here.
And if we just take that, I'll talk to John offline and we can put that through. Councillor, we won't forget your point, so I don't think we need a resolution on it.
Okay, good as gold.
So where would we expect to see that feedback come through?
I think you'd have something by the end of today, initially.
Just as a memo?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
Okay, I want to get on with this. Yanni, please. Now, we're still doing questions at the moment. And then after you finish, we'll go into discussion or debate.
So just on page 221, so our objectives is to support the provision of a range of models for more immediate access to emergency and transitional housing. And I thought at a previous meeting, we've got number 2 up there, and I think we've also raised it. But I'm just wondering, do we know what the resource required? Like, it's not started, so are we able to get like a quantum of resource required to do that work?
Which work?
To do which
This is the objective.
We'll take that on notice and we'll come back to you, Councillor.
Yep.
I thought last time we were told that this wasn't within our work program.
Yeah.
And so rather than getting more
as
advice.
I said, Councillor, we'll take it on notice and we'll come back to you.
Righto, so we'll do that. Okay, so we've got a mover and seconder. Now, is there any discussion on this? Thank you, everybody, coming in. Any discussion? No, and you see there's an extra one in there, item number 2, and Pauline and I are happy with that. So I'll put that motion. All those in favour? All those against? Thank you, that's carried. Right, now, we change round for number 7, to make life easier, I'm told. We're going to suspend standing orders for item 7. I'm happy to move that, and Kelly's happy to second it. So that's good. There's no debate on that. So there's all those in favour? Against? Thank you. That's carried. Now, staff will present a general overview of where we're heading, please. Thank you.
I'm just going to, thank you, Your Worship. I'm just going to make some opening comments and then I'll hand over. So I just want to outline the future transport strategy as a broad strategy for the whole district to guide transport planning investment over the medium term. It does provide council with a number of potential levers to address emerging issues, technology, opportunities and target government funding. The strategy is not intended to be anti-car, but it recognises that as the city grows, choices will need to be made to address real issues the city faces as congestion, hazards and safety. We do need a plan to plan for our future transport. We have an opportunity to plan well now to avoid some of the issues the other larger cities already face. Noting this is a strategy, the implementation priorities will be key. They will be more tangible actions. An implementation plan will be brought back to council in due course. I will now hand over to Mark and then Samantha will outline the next part of the session is intended to run.
Thank you, John. So just briefly, you've received two documents. You've received a revised draft strategy, and in that revised draft strategy, there's amendments that have been made in response to submissions, and you've heard deputations. There's also within that document, the revised draft strategy, minor changes that have been proposed by councillors. The second document you've got is a table of requests that have been made by councillors additional to the minor changes in the strategy. However, those requests that are in the table are not reflected in the revised strategy. Any changes to the draft strategy to reflect what is in the table will be subject to resolution on each of those items, and I'll hand over to Sam now to just talk through the process in terms of that.
So the process today, you've all got a flow chart. So we'll first ask that recommendations 1 to 6 on screen are moved and seconded, and that's to get the draft strategy on the table. Following that, we've got the table of proposed councillor amendments, A1 to A20. We'll go through those one by one. The mover will confirm if they want their amendment to proceed. The mover will confirm if they have a seconder, and then there'll be an opportunity for councillors to ask questions of the mover and of staff. We'll then ask if there are any further amendments to the table. We have received a few via email, so we'll have those ready. And if there are any other outstanding amendments that councillors want to put forward. Depending on the quantity and scope of those proposed amendments, we may need to take a break for staff to put together some staff advice on those. So when we come back, staff will have an opportunity to provide any additional information. And again, councillors can ask some further questions. Following that, we will hold one debate. That will be 3 minutes per councillor, and that will include a debate for all of the amendments and the draft strategy as a whole. Following that, we will then vote individually on the amendments. So we'll go through them one by one. And if councillors can be really clear if you want to vote against or record any abstentions. Once we've been through all of the amendments, we'll then vote on the substantive motion. And so that is on the draft strategy, which incorporates all of the code amendments.
Thank you, Sam. Right, we have some questions.
Can I just have a question on process, please? I see that we've been given another hard copy of this today. Is there any difference in this from the copy that we were given yesterday?
So my understanding is the only difference is there was a slight numbering change where one of the amendments...
But nothing substantive?
Nothing substantial.
Thank you.
And Tyler.
Actually, this is for asking general questions.
We'll do process first.
Yes, we'll do process first. This is just councillor questions at this stage are the high-level ones on general items, not the amendments. That's now. And if the amendments one comes later.
Yeah, sure, that's it.
Okay, happy? Okay. Right. So that's all cool. So to get recommendations 1 and 6 on the table, I'm happy to move it, and Pauline's happy to second it. There's no vote on that. So we now go to the page, the amendments A1 to A20. And so the mover in most cases is Sam at the moment, and he will go through them one at a time, tell us who the seconder is, and any additional information staff may be able to provide, confirm the amendment's going to proceed, confirm they've got a seconder, and any quick questions of the mover or staff going forward. So number 1.
So I think the second is Melanie. No, I'm just kidding. It's James.
Yes.
James is seconding all of mine.
Yes, I've seconded all of those, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Okay, number 1.
They are what they are. They are what they are. I don't propose going through them individually. Yeah.
Right.
Questions.
So how we're going to do the
Well, we'll
questions
do
on?
the questions where people can question the mover, the seconder, or staff.
Right. So yes.
We've got Sarah.
You've got number 1 right up to number. Sorry. 16. 1 to 16 are Sam and Jamie's amendments, moved and seconded. If anyone's got any questions on any of those between 1 and 16, please ask.
Could they identify the number?
And tell us the number that you. Yeah.
The mover
Good.
or
So
the staff.
Sarah had the first question, then Tyler.
Thanks so much. Just on that question 1, is there, instead of removing the diagram, is there a way to add context instead to clarify the wording that Councillor McDonald was thought was confusing?
That is an alternative to what Councillor McDonald has put forward. Ultimately, that would be through, firstly, a vote on that amendment.
Yeah.
If you consider it's not appropriate, then obviously you'd vote on that accordingly. But to your alternative of putting forward, keeping the diagram and any changes you want to make for clarity that it's...
But we could put an amendment up that just said, so if we voted down number 1 and put an amendment up that said for staff to add some wording to clarify that it is not a target and it's just, and then it's one of those grammatical things that gets delegated to clarify the wording rather than us wordsmithing in the meeting. Yeah.
There's a general delegation proposed in 1 to 6 that allows delegation to John Higgins in liaison with the Mayor and Deputy Mayor, I believe.
Yeah, and when it comes to the actual style and communications, we often get accused of things being too wordy and stuff. And my understanding is that's why we'd added more diagrams into the document. Is that right?
As they say, a picture paints 1,000 words. It's a method of simplifying simplifying for some of the audience what they would otherwise not take away from words.
Yeah. Thanks.
Just to add to that, it has caused some confusion, and that's why the staff comment there is to remove it. And we've had a number of feedback that sort of has been confused about that.
Yeah. Did you look at clarifying the wording instead, though?
It was more the table that was being sort of
diagram.
The diagram, that was being raised as confusing. There could be wording instead.
Yeah. Or multiple diagrams. Like these are different possible options.
Yep.
Okay. Thanks.
All right. So Tyler, please.
Good, guys. A few for you and then one for Sam.
Number.
Sarah's one's been asked.
We're doing 1 to 6.
Sorry, I'm just trying to go through a lot of them. There's a couple of questions I have. Number 6.
Number 6.
Can you clarify that he's asking the mover and seconder or staff?
Yeah, that's a good question. Are you asking Sam or are you asking staff? Not
For
asking me.
staff.
Yep.
I'm not really clear on the staff feedback as to which way you want to lean in regards to the reference on Amendment 6.
We have provided information.
Does that mean that you want to keep it in the draft strategy?
I don't mind. The question was, can we provide a range? And the answer to that is yes, we can, but we'd need to source it from a different data set because the 9% figure that we have in there was from a one-off study.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next question for staff is: do you have further clarity yet on the basis for change on Amendment 4?
Sorry, mate, which one? What number?
Number 4.
Number 4. Sorry.
International freight.
No.
No, we don't.
No, we don't.
That'll lead me to my question for Sam: is what the basis is for the change? Amendment 4, which is the prioritising urban freight part. Oh, sorry, I'm going off the pink sheet. Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just trying to read through my scanned notes to see which one it was.
So this was the
Oh, I
one-
just didn't think it should be in a strategy.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. That's
It's
it.
hard to read on this because I haven't scanned it.
That's
These-
right.
Yeah.
Most of these are pretty clear cut, but thanks so much for that.
Okay, Sarah, and then Mel.
So just following up on that one, I'm just checking with Sam on the intent of it. So there might be things that we don't need yet, like congestion charging, those kind of things. But if the government changed the rules, would you expect us to then consult when the government changed them ahead of when we need it? Or would you like us to wait? It's just not clear from that.
Yeah, so you might have seen in one of the other amendments it was around working within the government levers that are there. So it's already in there.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that if the government lever turns up for something, do we start working on that then? Like if they bring in congestion charging in the next year, but we don't actually need it for 10 years, your amendment kind of assumes that we could start doing it in a year when we don't really need it.
No, the amendment says we can, well, the other amendment says we can consider the levers that the government put in place.
Yeah.
I don't,
Yeah.
Can I be, I don't know if I can be clearer, but yeah.
Okay. Happy to consult on that next year.
Melanie.
Three questions. One, so this is amendment number 8, which is Councillor McDonald's about, so on page 27, like the staff have said, clarity sought on the basis for additional changes, so just wondering if you could answer that. What did you want added?
Oh, I just added in, it was...
You got your button on, mate?
Sorry, it's the adding in more information around the footpaths.
It already says poor
8.
footpath condition presents trip hazards.
It says already on this page, poor footpath condition presents trip hazards, blah, blah, blah. Like, what else did you want? And it says improving footpath condition and safety is a priority. What else did you actually want
Improvements
added?
needed to be...
Because your amendment's very vague.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Add and improvements needed to footpaths. To be safe and trip hazards. Footpath conditions.
Number 8 on page 27.
It's probably actually not needed. Because I've just written in my notes, add and improvements needed to footpaths, but like you've said, it's already there. Improving footpath condition and safety is a priority. So, yeah. That's fine.
Take it out. Is that what you're saying?
One less to vote on.
Take it out. Yeah.
Okay. And then
only one, Mel.
Well, we'll see. Number 14, I think it is, which is page 37. So I've got it's Councillor McDonald's, but I've got a question for staff first. What does on the horizon mean in terms of a time frame? Is that like, imagine, because this is 30 years, it's sort of, when is that envisaged to be?
That would be determined through the work that we would do to map out the implementation, which we've
But
signalled.
what sort of time frame are you thinking? It's not going to be 3 years, is it? It'll be 10, 15, 20, or could it be 5? Or is it non-defined?
I think we would, as I said, we would need to determine that through implementation. On the horizon is intended to denote work that isn't already in the work program that we would get to further down the track. So
because I guess the reason I presume for Councillor McDonald's amendment is about the need for certainty, which has been added somewhere else for developers. So the time frame of on the horizon is actually quite critical to that, because if it means in 2 years we're going to look at the city plan again and change a whole bunch of stuff, that's not going to make anyone particularly happy.
Okay.
So that is actually quite important.
The what's referred to as the Central City Transport Plan is the Accessible City chapter of the Christchurch Central Recovery Plan. We don't think we can look at the Accessible City chapter in isolation of any refresh or future revisiting of the recovery plan. The two work together, reflecting the integration of transport and achieving the urban form outcomes for the central city. We need to better define what the issues are with the recovery plan and accessible city before we embark on a full review or refresh or whatever we call it. We haven't done that scoping, so we need to keep it general at this time. We can't commit to a time frame until we know what the issues are that need resolving through that review.
So what would be an approximate time frame then? You can't give one. It makes it very difficult to determine whether that should remain or not.
Ultimately, this is a strategy and not a plan, and
I realise that.
And Jane's spoken about implementation following, but at a high level, we'd be looking at the medium term, so a 3 to 10 year period.
Okay. Have I got that correct? My interpretation about uncertainty.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And then.
So sorry, what have you just done then?
It still stands.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then my last question is number 19 for Councillor Donovan.
Well, we're not onto those. We're only doing 1 to 16. They have been moved to the second.
Stands ones at the moment.
All right. Cool.
Okay.
Thanks.
Tyler, please.
So, I might have missed this, but staff noted quite a few parts in here in your commentary that a lot of this has already been melted into the strategy. So, would that mean that some of these amendments aren't really needed? Yeah, because I'm looking at number 2 from Councillor McDonald. There's a couple of other ones.
I think that's probably up to you to determine. So there's a move in, a seconded for this. You've got the staff advice. Staff can't now give you direction whether you vote in favour of it or not.
Oh, it just seems odd if it's already been melted in, then why are we voting on it again?
Yeah, so the advice is there, and I think we just have to leave that standing rather than asking staff to tell.
Okay, so then that means by way of process, if you're referring to 1 to 6 in the motion that's been put forward, then if Councillor McDonald did get this approved, then he could change the wording within the strategy even if it's already melted in. Is that what I'm hearing?
If the vote on that particular amendment, using A2 as an example, you'll come to vote on that as to whether it's accepted or not. And as an outcome of that, we'll then amend or not the strategy to reflect that.
Okay, I'm really happy with the amended draft version that you've already produced. So, okay, that's all right. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll move on to the other ones, Mary.
That's all the questions on.
Any questions on? Well, first cab up is number 17, Andre's one. Any?
He withdrew.
Number 17. Yep.
So before we move, can I just clarify that the seconder is happy with the withdrawing of number 8? So you're with James. You're happy with? Yeah.
Okay, righto. So hang on a minute. You've got a question on Andre's one, Yanni? On 6.
We've moved on from there.
We're actually up to number 17, mate. But do you really want to talk about number 6?
Sorry, it's just I'm still like the amendments that are here, where there's no sort of clear amendment. I'm just confused why we've got them here.
So, as I expressed yesterday and reaffirmed this morning, the table, each line item will be voted on. There is a overriding resolution for delegation to be given to the GM for strategy planning and regulatory services to then, based on that resolution, to draft text to reflect in the strategy with agreement from the mayor and deputy mayor.
Right. So the resolution, like on number 6, is basically to adopt the staff advice as part of the strategy.
No, at the moment, the Councillor MacDonald and Councillor Goff have put forward their proposal, and the staff advice is just there to advise, to give you advice so you can vote for or against.
But the staff have put suggested text. So where it says the following could be updated, and then they've quoted text.
Which one are you referring
Number
to?
6.
So if the council voted in support of that tabled amendment from Councillor MacDonald, then we would introduce that text into the draft strategy, which is not currently there.
Right. So shouldn't that text just be put into the substantive of the amendment so that we're really clear about what we're voting on?
It was only the minor amendments that were incorporated into the strategy. These are separate amendments that, when voted on, could be incorporated.
I understand that, but at the moment you've got an amendment that doesn't reference the text, and then staff comment that does reference the proposed text that's not incorporated into the amendment.
So you could foreshadow a motion if you wanted to.
Or just vote against it or for it, whatever you want.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So now we are up to number 17, which is Andre's one. Has anyone got any questions of Andre? Yanni and Mel.
This is more a question. Yeah. This is around the footpath issue.
He needs a seconder first before we start.
I can second.
I'm happy to second it.
Right.
I just wanted to check with staff if there could be a noting provision that will also review the infrastructure design standards.
You'd have to move and second that.
Right, because this was raised at the hearing, and I did raise this question verbally. So, have we got any sort of response on what's happening with the infrastructure design standards? Like, does it need a resolution, or can we just pick this up under a separate process?
A review is underway of the IDS. I think you could add a resolution along those lines, noting.
So it's generally a new build. So basically, we set standards for subdivisions through this, and at the moment, we don't require developers to provide footpaths in some subdivisions on both sides of the street, or even possibly, I think, in other cases, is even further out.
Start making alternative noting provisions in your final resolutions.
Okay. Yeah. So no, you'll have. So Yanni is seconding Andre's one, which is number 17. So now we have Celeste's one, number 18.
I'll second as well.
So are you going to second that one, Yanni? Okay. So have we got any questions on that, please? Or we just go to the next one?
Any questions? Yeah, Celeste's online. Yes. Yep.
Okay. We'll go on to righto. We'll go on to number.
Question.
Sorry.
Sorry. I just have a question around that one.
Around your own amendment, Celeste. Yeah.
I think it might have been picked up slightly differently to what I'd requested. I just sent through. It was transport equity, not investment.
That has been picked up.
Okay, great.
In in your recommendation number 20, Councillor Donovan, there were a couple of different requests in the things you sent through. Do you want both of them, I guess is the question.
If possible, and if that makes sense.
That is what is detailed there, yes.
So we are talking about 18 at the moment, aren't we? Yep.
Additional references. Okay, I'll if it's all right, I'll just come back to that. I'll just have another wee look at that. Thank you.
Can I ask?
Hang on, we're getting a bit out of gear here.
So are you withdrawing your amendment, and you might come back with it because it's been moved and seconded?
No, I'll keep that one in there. Thank you.
Okay,
Is
so
that
And if I have any further questions, I'll send them through.
18 or 19?
Thank you.
But
18.
that's
I'll
18.
keep both.
She's leaving 18 in there, and Yanni's the seconder. So we are now on to. Hang on, we've got a couple of questions. We've got Melanie and then Aaron.
Sorry, I can't actually see where that change would happen on page 13. Like, where
So this is, I think this is,
So,
no.
in respect of the request numbered 18, the point that was made by Councillor Donovan has been responded to as a consequence of submitters' feedback. That's why it's not highlighted in the draft strategy.
I was looking for the phrase transport equity that doesn't have the word transport there.
So does that mean, Celeste, you're happy to take that out because it's been responded to? It's not required. Be one less to have to vote on.
I think the point that I was making was both are important. Equitable access and transport equity have a different definition. So if that's been answered, then that's great. But if we just focus on equitable access, you're only got one of the two wheels.
So you just want the word transport put in there?
It's in there.
Well,
It's in
equitable access and equitable transport are two different things. So one's about investment and one's about access.
So the commentary below the heading equitable and inclusive access, does that cover what you're asking for, Councillor Donovan? Page
No.
13. Because it does mention transport systems that prioritise people, ensure everyone has access, etc., etc. So that commentary, that para there.
I think that they refer to different things. So if you're talking about access, it's very clearly around people with different accessibility needs. But if you're talking about prioritising investment to areas that are historically underserved, that's about transport equity. So trying to sort of push those two concepts together gets a bit messy because you have to have prioritising the investment as well as the equitable access.
It does mention, though, beyond the ability stuff, it does talk about financial means.
Yeah.
It does talk about equity for financial stuff.
Yeah. So
you won't have the bit of paper that we got yesterday.
You got that in front of you.
But the financial means that if you, it's around, again, that's about access. But if you don't have the infrastructure, so you can maybe get a subsidy for a Metro card, that's financial means in my mind. It's not actually about investment.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
Yeah.
She's got this version.
Okay, I'll just read this out. It says, everyone has access to activities critical to their daily needs, regardless of age, ability, or financial means. An inclusive transport design approach puts the user at the forefront, addressing the needs and functions of diverse users. We pay particular attention to people with disabilities, seniors and children, to promote equity and provide the necessary support where it's most needed.
Yep, so that is about equitable access, and that's very clearly about that. But if you look up transport equity, it's got quite a different definition. So therefore, I'd prefer that be added in as a separate goal or item under that.
Can we move back
and come back with some advice on that?
Sure.
Can Celeste tell us the definition of transport equity?
I've just sent that one through. Let me just read that out now. So,
it's probably the wrong section too to put it in. It's not the.
You can see the stuff that's on our screen, can't you, Celeste?
Yes, I can. Sorry, it's just hard to flip between all the different screens. I've emailed that through to you as well, Sam. So hopefully you'll have that as a bullet point.
On the Waka Kotahi site, it says equity means the benefits of investment in transport are distributed such that all people are able to participate in society.
Yeah.
So what it says here, from what I understand, is transport equity is broader, ensuring transport is affordable and accessible for all, considering income, ability, and other barriers. Equitable access ensures people with mobility impairments and vulnerabilities can use transport at the same comfort levels as others. So maybe there's just a question of around the definitions.
No, I think it's covered. I'm not quite sure if you've seen the new version where I think it's the bit that Councillor Templeton read out before covers it.
Sure. Okay, no, that's fine then.
So righto. So just for clarity,
Yep,
does
we'll just leave
18
it at that.
does 18 vanish now? Have I got that right?
Yes, thank you.
Great.
18. Right. So we've still got a couple of questions floating around. First, we've got Tyler, then Aaron, then Tim.
Just for Celeste, just trying to get to the interest of it. Is it actually referencing? I guess we're trying to reference the East and ensuring that they get equitable transport opportunities out those ways.
But I think we've decided that it's already included, haven't we?
Oh, I guess that's what I'm trying to capture is sometimes it's very high level, but you're not quite sure what you're actually trying to achieve, which
Yeah, I
is
see what you mean.
making sure that where that's prioritised is in areas that are historically underserved by those types of infrastructure. So if it's captured elsewhere in more detail, that's great, but
yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so we're happy with
wishy-washy.
Mary's happy it's captured.
That's fine.
Thank you, mate.
Thank you.
Aaron?
If 18's gone, I think mine's now covered. My question was around trying to work out what the underserved areas were.
But 18's out now, so just...
Right, yeah, just checking that there's no unintended consequences like a bus going through Clearwater.
Thank you.
No, no one there's ever asked one. They pay a fortune for the bus every year.
Righto, Timothy, and then
certainly
Pauline.
don't want one.
Going kind of following on from my learned colleague over there, but in a slightly different way. Yeah, well, what you've learnt, we won't talk about here. With regards to equitable, don't we have to go hand in hand with ECAN with regards to this? Because if we're talking equitable...
It's off the table now. 18's gone.
18's gone.
But if we're looking at equitable, we do have to include our partners, don't we? Yes, we do.
But it's not
kind
yet. Thank you.
To the staff then. So we are hand in hand with ECAN with regards to equitable and the supply, because we're looking at, although Celeste is concentrated on the east, but we've got we've got Hallsville, Hornby and Harewood. There are areas in those outlying areas, those new subdivisions that aren't really being served at the moment. So if we're talking equity, we have to talk about the whole city, don't we?
It's a broad term, so yes, it could include that.
Yeah. So, but the question is, we are hand in hand with ECAN with regards to transport, public transport.
Correct. To implement the strategy, we have to work with NZTA and ECAN as well.
Okay.
Right, thank you.
So we're still talking on 18, which has been taken away. Pauline?
I'm on 19.
Right. So we're up to 19, everybody.
No, going back. It's the same question to Councillor Donovan, that the response is that this has been addressed with additional text about earthquake risk management. So are we able to remove this one as well?
Is that a question for me?
Yes.
19, number.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, because the staff say the response is saying that due to wider submitter feedback, additional text has been added about our earthquake risk management and approach more generally.
And where has that been added? Because when I look at the page that talks about where we've got to with earthquake recovery, including the checklists of achievements, it doesn't actually reference the work that hasn't been completed in the eastern suburbs, which seems like a bit of a gap.
Councillor Donovan, we'll just ask the staff to identify which page it is so you can have a look.
Yep.
It's page 16.
Page 16.
Yep.
Yep.
Under which heading?
Yeah.
So it's building resilience into transport network assets, and what you put in red.
Halfway down the page, is that where you're looking?
Yeah, that's correct.
So do you want to, somebody at the end table, do you want to read out the paragraph?
Certainly. I would note that there is a section, there is a sentence that was already existing in the draft near the top that says we are still managing ongoing repair work from the earthquake sequence and completing this work remains a priority. Notes earthquakes and tsunamis are critical risks that we continue to plan for. And then in the building resilience and transport assets section, we did have, as noted, some requests from submitters. So we've added some additional text there. Following the earthquake sequence, a considerable amount of work has been done to build earthquake resilience into everything we do, and add some examples. And then an additional example has been added around the installation of a network of seismic sensors to assist us in our earthquake risk management as well.
And I think you've also got there, this enables the prioritisation of work to enhance their resilience. And that's kind of looks like what Councillor Donovan's looking for. So can we take that one out?
So the reason I was highlighting that was around page 5, in terms of that summary.
5. Achievements. Is that it? Post-earthquake recovery and rebuild, the achievements?
That's right, yeah. So it's great to highlight the achievements, but it sort of reads a little bit, what's like the word? Well, it doesn't really recognise the fact that if we're going to talk about earthquake recovery and regeneration, we should at least put some reference there to some of the areas that we're still working on, like Pages Road Bridge, and areas that haven't actually completed that. So it just feels like it's missing a bit of information.
But now we know that staff have addressed that. And so are you happy now?
Yeah, so just clarifying, as Councillor Templeton just said, page 5 is actually listing what's been done, and the rest of the strategy goes on to say what needs to be done in the future.
Right,
So,
okay. No, that's fine then.
is that okay?
So we can remove that,
no,
number 19?
Yes,
Thank
go
you.
for it.
Okay, so now we're up to number 20. Pauline, you're on a roll.
Well, once again, just asking Councillor Donovan if she's happy with the staff response.
Sorry, I'm just going back to that.
So it's page 10.
I sort of prefer mine, to be honest. It's a bit clearer in terms of what we're trying to achieve.
Okay.
All right, so leave that in there.
That's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Who was the second? Yanni was the second on that. Yep. Okay. And on here, I have a one more. Not on there. On here.
Yes.
Oh, are these the ones for after? The email through ones.
So
Sorry,
these,
Sam.
there's more on screen which have been emailed through, and I actually have some more that have been emailed through but won't be on here. I'm wondering if it's time to ask for any more and then take a break just while I collate them.
A lot of them are just wordsmithings. They're quite straightforward.
Yep. So shall we just check if there's any more? Are there any more now? And then we'll.
They're all very small.
So,
If Councillor McDonald's number 1 doesn't pass, I need to foreshadow an amendment.
I have taken note of that, but if you've got specific wording, that would be helpful.
So we can, if we have a break, we can sort these little bits out.
Did you get mine, Sam? I sent through last night.
I've got yours. I've got Councillor Coker's. I've got one from Fields and Councillor Johansson. They're not all there.
So we need to take a break so that Sam can get them all up to speed.
Could we get them printed out?
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
we
we're
will.
just
We're
coming.
just because they're just coming through. So if we can get, if there's any more that people have got that haven't already been sent to Sam, could you say them now? Then we can actually get more printed out and distribute them.
Okay, so we've got two questions and then we'll have a break so Sam can collate stuff.
No questions, just asking for more amendments.
No, this isn't an amendment. I've seen Melanie's amendments and I'm okay with all of it, but it seems like wordsmithing. Does it need to be an actual amendment? Don't we have a delegation for staff to change?
Sam will go through that and
So if possible, it might be easier if we get all the amendments up and then we'll go through them and clarify them and debate them rather than...
And lastly, Yanni, before the break, Thank you.
So I just want to be clear, like, it seemed to me the staff advice is it would be good, helpful to have something that talks about the infrastructure design standards review. So is there a way we can just get some sort of noting provision, or I'm happy to do the amendment if you want, around recognising that.
So at the moment, we're just doing the amendments to the strategy, when we adopt the strategy and do the noting. Yes. So just to be clear, at the moment, we're just doing the amendments to the strategy. And once we've finished those, and we'll have all the amendments, we'll then go into those other noting provisions after that.
Right, but what I'm asking for is, do you need an amendment to the strategy to say that we're going to deal with some of the issues through the infrastructure design standard review? Like the issue of requiring footpaths to be built when we do subdivisions.
Note on the report, isn't it? That is not an IDS type question, I don't think.
Right.
All, just roughly here, all subdivisions are built to a council standard. If they have a footpath on one side or the other, it's the council standard that has told the developer what to build. Okay? So he's only doing it to what she is only doing it to what we've asked him to do. Is that right?
And just to add to that, I think one of the issues being raised is where you have one subdivision done that has a footpath, and then you have a site next door that hasn't been developed yet, it doesn't have a footpath, and so on.
Yeah, it's very much council decision. So there's projects where council has decided not to build a footpath as part of a cost sharing agreement for infrastructure that needed to be built by a subdivision, but has built, the raised platform or whatever, but not the footpath, and then council would have to come back years later to do it as part of a separate budget. So that's kind of the issue I'm talking about there, but it's very much a council decision rather than a design standard.
And we don't require footpaths.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get clarity. All matters that don't pertain to the strategy will be noted in the adoption of the report.
Thank you.
They won't be bolted into the strategy.
No.
Yeah.
We're not adding them into the strategy.
Yeah. And
thank you.
I've got the word break in the back of my head here. Aaron?
Well, once again, that if you have a hard and fast rule on the footpaths, you get unintended consequences, because a big chunk of my ward only has footpaths. I've got no footpath outside my house. Clearwater, I'll go back to that, they do pay a bit in rates.
So you can
Most
debate
of it,
that
no
when we're doing
footpath
the
on one
noting
side. No one complains.
You can debate that.
Yeah.
Okay.
It helps. Well, you'd fall off the hill if you put a footpath on.
Righty-ho.
Just
when we're
We'll
looking
do it
at
all just fire in any amendments and we'll go through them.
just check clarity of definition. Like, so when people are talking about footpaths, there's a difference in meaning in infrastructure between footpaths, shared paths, all of those kind of things. If we specify footpath maintenance, will that include shared path maintenance? Like, it's like, because when we're looking at roading and footpath maintenance, and one of the bits there, and one of the amendments says add in roading maintenance, and I want to include footpath. Do we have to say in footpath and shared paths and cycle paths, or does
she referring to?
does cycle lanes and cycleways get included in the roading aspect for maintenance, and shared paths get included in footpaths?
I might defer to the head of transport over there to answer that question.
Just find somewhere where you can put it.
I was going to suggest you just take the word road out and just say maintenance, or maintenance of the transport network.
Well, the amendment is to add the word road in, right? So the one of the amendments is to specify roading maintenance.
Right, well,
What amendment are you referring to? Sorry, Councillor.
It's already in there. It's one of the amendments that was included already on page 13. It says improving road and footpath conditions. Residents often tell us that road maintenance issues are concerned. It's that kind of stuff, but it's like we also hear that footpaths aren't well maintained.
why don't we just say?
Yeah.
No, I'm just trying to clarify the definition of wording and footpaths and things to know whether an amendment is needed.
Okay. So
I've already got an amendment in for it, so.
Okay, right, at 11:30, everybody, and if we might need a bit longer, don't stress Sam, if you need longer, just do it. Thank you. We have 10 more. 10 more. 10. 10. 1 0 10 more.
Yes, you've got they're on your desk.
Yeah. Yeah. So it starts at number A21, and it's the first one is Melanie's. Now, I assume you've got a second for all yours, Mel? Yeah, Jake's second for all Mel's.
No
Got 'em?
comments about those.
Okay. Is there any questions? Is there any questions of Melanie or staff for that matter on those 4 that are just Melanie's ones? Tyler. Great question. Next one.
Sorry. I'm just asking for definitions. I mean, what are the changes, the track changes in regards to? I just sort of can't track Councillor Coker's amendments with the.
I have
Are they
taken
adding-
what is in this printout thing with the yellow.
Yeah.
And I've kind of underlined my change, but it may not exactly be precise. But that's pretty much it. So yeah.
I see. Okay. No, that's cool.
To give context, otherwise it's hard to find.
Makes sense. Okay.
Aaron, please.
Yeah, underlined up there is and essential travel. What does that mean?
So in the paragraphs in here, it talks about ambulance and emergency services as essential travel, and that had been taken out. And I think essential travel is essential to be. I think we should be, if it talks about emergency services. And so
but when you use the term and essential travel, that
was already
that implies that for a percentage of the population there's non-essential travel.
If you...
Like going to coffee. But that
the
could be good for
original
someone's
goal
mental health.
4 said to prioritise journey time efficiency for economic and essential travel, and essential in goal 4 when you read it is referring to emergency services, which is what it says. So that's why I put essential. If you want to put emergency travel, I don't know, but I think the fact that it was in there before, and I don't think you're meaning to not prioritise
No,
it.
I see yes, you're right. What you're saying is it's the emergency services. What you're saying is, does this mean that people who just choose to go and get in their car are not allowed to?
Well, that's where we're going eventually, isn't it?
No, that's that.
Yeah, it is.
So we're saying it's so that
It's
what
all
Mel's
through
saying
the
is
document.
just for the emergency service.
Yep.
Yeah.
Good. Tyler.
As long as elected members are essential travel.
Tyler.
For Councillor Johansson, in referring to A25, in 3 sentences or less, can you explain your amendment? I've sort of...
So at the moment, when we do significant roading repairs and renewals, the only notice that residents get is a start work notice a couple of days before construction begins. The contract's been let, the repair design has been approved, signed off, and there is zero opportunity to do any enhancements like maybe putting a few trees in, maybe putting a few speed humps in, maybe doing a few small alterations. The classic example was where we're proposing to do a major cycleway down Pages Road. We just went and renewed the curb and channel. We've got huge open mounds of mud basically on the berm that are not being used for anything other than just an eyesore. And we didn't have any ability to use synergy and engage the local community and get some better outcomes, right? So this was what the submitters also said with Sturrock's Road, that they would have welcomed the opportunity to give some feedback so that when we're spending the money on the renewal, we're actually engaging the residents in a meaningful way beforehand, so that if there's anything that we can do to tweak the design, to improve the amenity, we do it at the same time rather than having to come back later and get additional funding and deal with a whole bunch of frustration, right? So
Yeah. Okay.
Can we just clarify this? To me, this sounds a bit as if it's confusing strategy with implementation. But do the officers have a issue
that's why I've
with
kept it high level.
that? So I'm just asking the officers.
We agree. It's more implementation.
So now that we're talking about Yanni's ones, thanks, Tyler.
Sorry. Yeah, well, I completely understand where you're coming from, Yanni. But I am a little bit worried about the implementation or the operational side of it in regards to it needing to be high level. In order for it to be high level, but to still provide the same message, would staff have a view on any changes relating to this amendment? Because he's got a reasonable point around the way.
Yeah, it's a reasonable point, and what we would suggest is it's another noting provision.
Right, okay.
But can staff just clarify, like on page 21, we will work with the police, NZTA, on other programs to promote safer choices on our roads. They also say we will plan to collaborate with the police and NZTA to increase the number of safety cameras. I mean, that stuff's all implementation as well. Like, I honestly don't see any difference to what I'm proposing versus what. There's huge numbers of things in here that are in a similar way.
I think it's the difference between what we do and how we do it. So one of the collaboration is collaborating with people about what we're going to do and what we're going to prioritise. What your amendment is how we're going to do it when we come to do it.
And just to add, this could have funding implications of additional engagement over and above what may already occur. Hence, it requires a decision in the context of implementation.
Right. Even though public engagement is at the heart of the strategy's implementation.
Engagement about what we're going to do and what we're going to prioritise. Ensuring
businesses, communities, and individuals have opportunities to voice their perspectives will be critical to the strategy's success.
About what again?
About what?
About what we're going to do. About what we're going to do and what we're going to prioritise. Not how we're going to implement it.
That's not.
This isn't about how we're going to implement it. This is about how we're going to take the approach of engagement.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, we could note it for implementation, and we will be coming back on that topic.
It's just like the staff advice is they don't have the resources to do it.
Yanni, I haven't actually asked you if you've got a second for both you, Andre, both of them. Is that right? Okay, sorry.
Really close here. The last question I've got, just for clarity, for Councillor Templeton. Point A29. Replace the word enabling with providing, that's great, and add the words to enable real transport choice for residents. The last point on page 9, replacing to change travel behaviour. So are you getting rid of to change travel behaviour?
No. So someone had already asked to remove to change travel behaviour. And so that if that stayed out, what I would like, because someone has already removed that, so I would like it, instead of being removed, replaced with to enable real transport choice for residents.
That sounds like a good middle ground, if I'm honest.
Yeah, that's what I think.
So do the staff want to clarify? Was that removed from consultation or was that removed from an
that was a councillor one.
Yeah.
Hang on, Yanni.
It's yellow highlight, so yeah.
Right.
So it's page 9A.
Yeah.
Right, we're all stop. Aaron, did you have a question then, Andre, or were you just seconding it, Andre?
Yeah.
Okay.
My one was on A25, Yanni's engaging with our communities. From what you raised before, read Pages Road. Are you meaning, Yanni, when the works get done, obviously there's other improvements that can be made, because you've said that for years, but shouldn't it just be coming past the community board, who are the voice of the community, and then them going, oh, hey, we've got a problem there, can that be solved at this time? Is that what you mean, or do you mean full-blown engagement?
Because what happened was, and so the board's had 2 examples, and people have raised Starks Road. So what happened was the residents got the start work notice and said, oh, hey, I support you slowing down the speed. You put 30k signs up, but no one's going 30k. Can you do some threshold treatments just to, it's a small street through the middle of Linwood, and we're doing the curb and channel, right? And he gets the start work notice. So I sent it into staff, say, hey, can this resident's concerns be incorporated into the construction? And the answer straight away is no, because we've already let the contract, we're doing the work. If we'd put letterboxes through the resident, a couple of weeks before the contract was let and said, hey, we're going to do this work in your street, is there any other issues you want us to consider when we're going through the design, allocating the contract? And if so, what should they be? Because it'll be more expensive to come back later and put in tree pits than it was if we've got the contractors doing this work now. And Pages Road was probably the same, where the residents who've got these muddy strips who had raised concern, they weren't engaged ahead of the start work notice, which is the fundamental problem. But the question I want to ask, if staff think it's implementation, then would it be better putting it under page 39? And if you want to read that, that's all about engaging with our communities as well. So if you don't think it should go on page 7, is 39 the place to do it? Because that talks about the implementation.
And so, Mr. Mayor, how do we get around what Yanni's raising? Because I do agree with them. We often get feedback from people that they feel like we're often doing the works to them, not with them, and they're their streets and they're paying for them. And when suggestions like that come up that say, oh, you put up these 30k signs, but if you've just done the build outs at the end, that kind of stuff, very hard to do it later on. How do we ever address that?
Okay.
Or do we not? Do we just carry on? That's my question. That's all.
Yeah. We could just
leave it up, then we'll vote on it.
Yeah,
Okay.
leave it up and vote it. It's
Right,
not
hang on, we've got
big.
questions running out of ears here.
Mine's a follow-up on that one.
We've got, Yanni had a question, but I think he's answered it.
If staff are concerned that this going into page 7, can I ask staff to look at page 39, where we have a whole bunch of implementation things that we talk about our approach to post-strategy implementation. Is this better going in there?
It's not going to make a
Ultimate-
substantive change.
Ultimately, as Mary conveyed, page 39 expresses what, but this is getting into how we do it, and this isn't the appropriate place for how.
Okay, fair comment, right.
But it's still, it's not going to sink the ship if the elected members voted for it and it went in.
Okay.
They've had staff advice and.
Yeah. Right, moving right along. Yeah, I've got you, Sarah, in a minute. Andre, please. Did you have another? No? Done? Mel? Then Sarah.
Just saying to Sam, for number 23, it says to include what I've written there, but I meant to replace the top paragraph. It's a rewording of it.
So you're changing 23 a whisker, are you?
So so it's instead of to include what I've written, it would replace the top paragraph in that column. Okay. So the top paragraph is currently address road surfacing, footpath, bus infrastructure, blah blah blah, and I've just got a slight tweak to the wording.
Do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Instead of having a whole new one.
We understand what you mean.
Yep, understand. Thank you. Sarah, please.
Yeah, just going back to Yanni's one, because I completely get the benefits of it. I'm just looking at the scale of all of those relatively small renewals and things that we do across the city. How many of those do you think we would do a year? And what would the hold up be and the extra resources needed if we said we wanted to do this all the time?
If you just take the street resurfacing program, there's hundreds of sites a year, in excess of 300 sites a year. So there's a resourcing implication on what we do.
Yeah. So
and the other thing to be aware of is we've pointed out at the community board sessions, the prioritisation of those sites meet a very strict criteria that allow us to meet the needs for NZTA funding.
Yeah. And if we wanted to be able to do more of those minor safety improvements, the curb build outs and all of those kind of things, we would need to put on more budget to do those to enable that kind of thing to happen anyway, right? Like, because there's no point saying, oh yes, we'll do every neighbour's extra curb build out when we don't have the money on budget to do them.
So to go back to the CE's statement before, that there's and the feedback from Mark and Jane, that's why we believe it's part of it. It should be part of the implementation plan, because you have to look at the implications to understand it and what the knock-on implications of the decision would be. That's why we think it's about the how we undertake it, and it can be addressed through the implementation plan.
All right, good scope. Now, we had Andre.
It's a question, Councillor Hanson. I mean, I might be overthinking a little, because you could do a short, sharp, quick engagement on 2 dozen different projects at once. And actually, a lot of communities tell us we don't need anything done on the street, kindly bugger off. We say, oh, okay, well, then we can reprioritise and potentially save money. So we've come across numerous examples of work being done that doesn't appear to need it over the years. So is that fair to say?
Now, yes, Vic.
Thank you. In relation to Amendment 17 from Councillor Moore, recognising what Councillor Temperton said about footpaths, shared paths, different pathways, I wonder whether Councillor Moore would consider changing it so instead of to nearby amenities with footpaths to something like to nearby amenities with access pathways or something else, just recognising that it's not always a footpath which is appropriate. Or is that getting too...
I did check that with staff during the break, and staff are like, well, footpaths is just a generic term that gets used in the transport system.
So
and
we're
can
all
just,
right with
we're okay with just...
Okay, thank you.
Right.
I missed that piece.
So is that one
Moving right along. So now we're up to number 27, which is, we might as well do, Celeste, both of them, 27 and 32. Sorry. Oh, we've got another one, 33. We all thought we were going to stop. Okay. Right, we'll do 27 first. Any questions on that for Celeste? Nope.
So,
Okay. Right, now we'll move on to number 20.
so can I just check, how long is this strategy meant to last? Because it's meant to be a
30-year.
The 30-year horizon.
So when we say recent annual plans and LTP consultations,
Feel free to remove anything that's unnecessary. It was just the word. It probably needs a bit of a wordsmith on that first sentence, so you can cut that out.
so we can just tweak we could say community feedback,
Absolutely.
strong support or something. So
Yeah.
All right, we'll modify that. So now we'll go down to Celeste's other one. Oh, sorry, Celeste, you have got a seconder, I assume, which is Yanni?
I think that was Melanie.
Melanie? Yeah, Melanie on both. Oh, you got a third one as well. Okay, so we'll go down to number 32, please. Yep. Okay, any questions on that? I thought that was happening anyway as part of it, but...
That's the street works. That's so Councillor Donovan's
Oh, the other
referring
bit.
to the street works
What I call the
associated.
other bit.
Yes.
So it's replacing the bridge and the auxiliary works, is that what it's slotting in? Okay.
Right, sorry, was there any other questions on that, 32? Right, 33?
33 come from.
Oh, so the 32 and 33 are only on the screen, sorry, Pauline.
After we'd printed
Yep,
this.
we ran out of ink at 31. Ran out of the will to live. No, we won't say that. As you said with the microphone on.
I'm losing.
Listen, I do jokes around here. Got it? Right, number 33, please. Any questions of Celeste on that?
This is a new one that stuff may need to come on.
So, do you want to get started first?
We think it's already adequately covered on page 13.
So you think it's already adequately covered? Celeste, the staff think it's pretty well covered.
Just to add to that,
Is there a glossary we could add it into, maybe? It's just that I think the wording I wasn't super on board with, which is why I added in the previous amendment. So to just make it clear in terms of what inclusive and equitable access means, it would just be helpful to have some clearer definition there.
We'll just
Are
put
we
it.
able to add in a...
We'll just put it in for the vote. It's easy because we've.
Okay, perfect.
The idea of having a glossary is put to the vote, is it?
Oh no, I don't want to add in a glossary. If you don't need to.
Sorry, Phil, it's not
the
a
simplest way.
If you don't want to vote against that and it doesn't need to be there, can we just take staff advice that they feel it's covered?
I'm saying we were going to ask Mark just before you spoke.
Yeah, Mark was just going to add.
Yes. Further to John's point that we feel it's adequately covered both in the goal about equitable and inclusive access, but also in the goal about transport choices for everyone. The only other point I'd make is the first bullet point of equity in infrastructure investment is at risk of getting preempting a funding decision for a future long-term plan.
That's the last thing we want to do. So your suggestion is it's covered, so we don't need it here. Is that what you're saying? Are you happy with that, Celeste?
Well, I prefer to keep it in.
Yeah.
Is that an option?
Well, staff said it has risk.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think-
We
I
can't
think
force
all
you to
the-
take it out.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, so that brings it.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Mel's done all of them, seconded them for Celeste. And sorry, now we're going back to the last three. Number 28 is Sarah's one.
So that's the foreshadowed one, isn't it?
No, it's A28.
Mm.
Change the word road to the.
I'll just explain. So I talked to staff over the break, and because instead of taking away from basics, it was looking at road maintenance, but road maintenance isn't the footpaths, and then you're looking at whether you include gutters, and if you're getting too specific. But what we hear from residents is that we don't do the maintenance. So if we took out the road, then it includes all of those without having to specify lots of words.
Maintenance is
That's all.
maintenance. Okay.
Do I have a seconder?
Oh, you've got a second. Tyler. He'll do both of them probably. Yep. Okay. And the next one is number 29. Okay, any questions? No, we're going. This is the last one of these, and then we're going to the foreshadowed one, which is Sam's number 1. Is that correct? That Sarah had for number 1. Okay. So this is what you see. It's not foreshadowed. It's nothing. It's just. No, it's not nothing. Okay. Right. Oh, sorry, Aaron.
Just a clarification, because some people could say it's same, but on 29, Sarah, do you want to just an explanation of what you're meaning in the difference? Because enabling sounds better to me than providing, because providing says you have to, whereas enabling says you can let it happen no matter who provides it, so on and so forth.
It was just a grammatical thing that it was going to end up doubling the word enabling. It was going to enable something to enable something.
Oh.
Yeah. It's just using a different word because it makes more sense.
Is this like a Coca wordsmith?
It's my amendment.
You missed that one.
Righto. Okay, so now we've got the last one. Sorry, A30. Before we go back to the very first one, is Tyrone's one. You must be the councillor for Banks Peninsula, perhaps. I'm just wondering.
Have a comment on this one.
Can I check what?
Okay, so
Mr. Mayor, in relation to Tyrone's.
Wait, quiet, please. Yeah, Victoria, please.
In relation to Tyrone's, what page in the strategy are we referring to, please?
6.
Thank you.
Or it might be it'll either be 26 or it might be 25, depending on how things have moved around
Okay.
since.
26 on ours.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Staff do have a comment. I'll hand over to Jane.
Yes, certainly. Staff would note that the reference in this bullet point is about the Public Transport Futures program, which is a Greater Christchurch program that at this stage is connections with Selwyn and Waimakariri. To add Banks Peninsula into that, it's not currently in there. It would require a conversation with partners. It might be considered as a noting rec to discuss with our Greater Christchurch partners in the context of that program.
All right. Mm-hmm. All right. No other questions?
So this is something that potentially would want to amend before putting it to the vote. We just can't put it to the vote.
Yes, we would.
Yeah, is there somewhere else that would be useful to highlight those links between communities and Banks Peninsula rather than in the GCP section? It's probably, yeah.
Yeah, so we could do some sort of provision or some note of our staff to explore.
Yeah, something like that. Just making sure.
So does that stay then, or does that
No,
one
it
go?
goes.
Goes. Okay. Is that right, Tara?
It's up to you.
It's yours.
I mean, the public transport futures could change. I mean, this is a 30-year strategy, or however long it is, strategy, and things could change.
Mary was saying we're going to do a noting of it.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, that's fine, as long as it gets captured in some way.
Happy. And you hadn't told me who the second was anyway, so I wasn't going to... Okay, yeah. Okay, so we've got to the end. Now we just go back to number 1, just lastly. And there is a... No. There's a foreshadowed one. Is that right, Sam? Yep. Right. What does that?
No, it's important because this one is split, which that they appear on the same page in the document.
We don't have to write that.
Or do we need to add that, or can you just take that away?
Well, we... Okay, so, hang on, Mary,
Sorry.
we do that now, or we do that if it fails?
If it fails.
Okay.
If it's foreshadowed.
Right, okay.
Sorry.
Right. So, I reckon, reading this, we are here.
Yes, I think that's correct. Do we want? Have you got any?
Yeah. Who's the second? Sarah, who's your second to be Tyler or something? For the foreshadowed, if it's needed. Okay, Mel, yeah. All right, so now we're at number 8. We are going to debate, and this is good because I only have to listen to you all for 3 minutes. Sorry, I shouldn't say that.
Now you definitely sound
And
like
you
me.
don't have to.
Oh, no. I'm just thinking what maybe some other people were thinking. Right, so there's one debate for all amendments. Okey-doke. And the draft strategy councillors, on the draft strategy, councillors will then vote on each amendment individually after that. So this is 3 minutes, go for your life on all of them. Who would like to start? Tyler.
Kia ora koutou, really happy with the amended draft strategy. It was really good, except for a couple of small bits and bobs. I think we're pretty much there. I don't know why it took us this long to get done on wordsmithing. But long story short, I'm just keen to get this moving, and I'm looking forward to seeing it in action. Kia ora.
Excellent. Timothy.
Yeah, following along from my learned colleague over there, I didn't think I'd need a dictionary or a thesaurus to sit around and look at our transport strategy, but it's really good that we're here, and I want to thank staff for the work they've done, and thank you for your frustration.
Mark?
Thank you, and thank you to staff for all the work on this. It's been a journey, and I would really like to see us look visionary with this document into the future, and we're imagining Christchurch for the next 30 years, and trying to keep our city moving is really what it's all about, and giving us the choices to be able to move around our city as we need to. So here's hoping we can take this strategy document and then start to implement it and get our city moving and allow our residents to move around and give us all the choices we need. Thank you.
Okie doke. Yep, Sarah.
Kia ora koutou. It's often really hard for people to picture a 30-year time frame when we're doing planning. And I know there are people express frustration at times that we redo plans from time to time, but our city has changed. It's changed significantly since, for example, 1995. 1995, for those of us old enough, was 30 years ago. And that's the time frame that we're looking for this plan. This plan plans for, another 85,000 people living in the city. That's about the change that we've had since 1995. When you look at the changes we've seen as a city, most of Hawesville didn't exist. Wickram Skies, Preston's, all of those areas of the city, and that population that's in those spaces is going to be added to the city in the next 30 years. There are things about those developments, those subdivisions and those areas that we wish councils had done differently and planned for differently. We know the impact that those areas have on the transport within our city now, and the congestion that comes in, and the number of cars that come in and cause congestion from those areas. And we wish that things had been done differently. We're the council that gets to help choose that for the next 30 years. The physical reality of the layout of our streets means that we cannot physically fit in an extra 50,000 cars on our streets in rush hour, you know? So I don't know which councillor it was that removed the one of the words change travel behaviour removed. But if everyone sits in a single occupancy car in our streets in 30 years' time, they won't be going anywhere. People do need to change behaviours over time. They have changed behaviours over time, and they will again. The goal of this plan is to provide people real choice when it comes to transport, and we need to do that in a way that is equitable and inclusive. I understand the intent behind many of the other amendments that have been proposed, and agree with that intent, but for some of them I won't be in favour of, because that's either they're not the right place for that, or we don't have enough information at this stage. But that doesn't mean it's necessarily the end of those types of proposals, and they're still things that we can work on again. But you know, those who haven't learned from the past, in the past 30 years of planning in our city, are doomed to repeat it. Let's not be the council that does that for the future. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the work that has gone into the strategy, I am heartened that we've had some acknowledgement of the impact that the earthquakes has had on our infrastructure. Initially, when we started this strategy many years ago, that was not as prominent as it is now. I think what's really important to recognise is that we've got a long road ahead for fixing the earthquake damage that happened to our city. We've still got decades and decades of work to be done to get back to the state that we were before the earthquake. And so that will take time, but we've also got some new priorities, and we've got some goals that we're setting. And I do commend staff for setting some really good goals and some really clear measures, but I have put an amendment to actually get some targets, because I think it's really hard to measure, to monitor the progress on our strategy if we don't set clear targets and then make sure that we're measuring or monitoring the measures that we have in place to know whether we're meeting those targets or not. And so I think in terms of a good strategy, that we should be able to easily see how we're going in terms of our investment into the things that we want to do to meet our targets. And if something's not working, then we can look at revising it. If it is working, then we know that we're on the right track. The other thing is, I just wanted to draw your attention to the submission, which really, again, goes to my amendment around community engagement. The submitter wrote, road surface renewals should also be combined with street redesigns to introduce safety and traffic calming measures, such as narrowing, chicanes, speed bumps, curb build-outs, pedestrian crossings and cycle lanes. Recently, Sturrock's Road in Redwood was resurfaced, when in reality the road desperately needed traffic calming measures to reduce travel speeds. The road surface was acceptable prior to resurfacing, and to me this represents a huge missed opportunity to improve the urban environment for residents. I've also sent staff a photo of Pages Road. I don't know if they can put it up, but just to show you really clearly the missed opportunity when we do some of our more significant renewals. Also, I've sent you an email from a resident who got the start work notice around the surface renewal of the street and wanted some speed calming measures in. My amendment saves money, increases community engagement, and gets better outcomes around safety and amenity. I cannot understand why anyone would be against doing that. It's a more cost-efficient and effective way of addressing local community concerns at the start of a process, rather than having to come back later and spend additional funds at many years down the track, if we ever get to do it at all. So please support the amendments that I've put forward. I think they're actually quite sensible and reasonable. They're based on the submissions that we've had from people, and I can't see any reason why we wouldn't we wouldn't support them in there. We have a whole section on community engagement and collaboration, and I'm simply asking us to explore the opportunities to do it better based on what people have said.
Oh, if we're only doing the one debate for the whole thing and the amendments now, I'll dive in. So I'm a bit torn on this because there's some stuff in here in the strategy that I do like, but I'm going to say that this is not the vision of the people of our city. This is the vision of some people of our city. And when we got less than 100 submissions, we spent $10,000 advertising that and countless amount of staff time and got under 100 submissions. We didn't engage properly on something that people complain about so much. And I don't know if everyone here has transport conversations with the public, but I would have thousands a year. And I can clearly say this strategy is not the vision of the people of Christchurch. People hate speed humps. People hate raised platforms. A small percentage like them. A small percentage like bus lanes. The majority don't like bus lanes. The majority don't catch the bus. Cycling's gone up. That's fantastic. But a lot of that's social cycling, which is great as well because it's really good for people's mental health. Not so good for their physical because they've got a battery on their bike. But still, it's a great occasion for those people to go out and enjoy each other's company. I remember when I was first elected and we were looking at transport and that at the time, and I looked at a transport solution around intersections, and I spent a lot of time on it. It was a mathematical one around our traffic lights that would mean no one would ever wait at a red light again when there's nothing going the other way, and it would prioritise for public transport and for emergency services. I went and had a conversation with the head of our transport at the time who told me, why on earth would we do that? It would only encourage people to use their cars more. And at that point, I realised that we had gone anti-car and that the council don't want to facilitate the way people want to live their lives. We want to dictate to people how they're going to get around. And I don't think the people of this city and this country appreciate that. They would rather we facilitated reduced emissions, made the roads safer and moved as much freight and as much people as efficiently as possible, rather than us dictate to them how we want them to behave and live their lifestyles going into the future. When you go to on-demand pricing for transport, you will only make transport more expensive for people that can afford it the least. That's the outcome you'll get, because when you have pricing based on how busy the network is, the people with the most money will get to drive the most. So when you sit politically to the left and you claim to represent poor people, watch how you vote.
Follow that one, Pat.
Thank you. I'm just going to point out a couple of differences between this and the 2012 plan that's being reviewed and changed. You could argue this one's actually much less cycle-friendly than the one from 2012. I've just read the one from 2012. There's 4 great big pages on the cycle network about making a cycle city and how it be. And the new plan is about half a page. So I'd argue it's much less cycle-friendly than it was 13 years ago. The one in 2012 mentioned things like more park and rides. That idea has been as good as abandoned as far as I'm aware. Also mentions the walking network. Everyone being able to safely walk between the housing and schools and amenities and everything else. When I came to council, there's a $0 budget for new footpaths. So not sure what happened to the walking network. So to me, with a strategy, I'm seeing a lot of words, but what will actually be followed up? How will they be implemented in budgets and everything else? I'm just not clear, because any decision we make next year could override what we're doing in the strategy anyway. So I'm just, struggling with the concept. I agree you do have to have a long-term strategy, like we do have to be thinking 30 years in advance. I just am unclear on how much meaning this strategy has in the next coming years. And from what I can see in 2012, a lot of it may get not followed or abandoned. So thank you.
Roger, and then my button pushed down. Anyone else, or should we start ripping into it? Right. Okay, here we go. We have A1 on the screen, which will be highlighted in any second now.
Preferences, show of hands, and identify if they want their vote recorded against.
Yeah, so what we're trying to do, if we can, is avoid division. If someone wants it, we really do. I'd rather just have show of hands, and if anyone wants to vote against it, please say, so that Sam can write it down, and that will put them up nice and straight and all that sort of thing. So do the first one. All those in favour of A1.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7.
7, 4.
Yeah. Against?
1. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, no. Yeah, next time that happens, Mel.
So, well,
could you indicate?
it's lost, isn't it?
It is.
It is lost.
Yeah,
Okay.
Celeste must have gone.
That is lost. Right, we'll now do number
Just be
2.
that one was lost.
Oh,
the one that staff recommend.
Yeah, number 1.
So how are we?
Wow.
How is Celeste communicating with us and
Could you
voting?
speak?
Yeah.
So Celeste, are you able to speak when? So not all the time, just just when Sam asks you to indicate. Can you say yes or no?
No problem.
Okay.
I did do a sign, but maybe it wasn't seen.
We
But I'll
can't
say
see
something.
you. We can't see you. So if you just speak when Sam says yes or no.
so you're a yes then, are you, Celeste?
Nice try. I was a no.
Okay, so that first one is lost. Okay, we're now on to the second one. All those in favour of the second one?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
We've got a foreshadowed motion A1.
Oh, yes, we have. Sorry, yes, we have. Okay, so we now have the foreshadowed motion. Everyone who is in favour of the foreshadowed motion, please put your hand up. That's carried. Okay. Okay, now we're on to number 2. A2, which is being highlighted right there. All those in favour of A2?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 4.
That's carried. Thank you. A3. All those in favour of A3, put your hand up.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
That's enough. It's carried. Okay. A4. All those in favour of A4?
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 4.
Against.
Just for clarity.
No.
Celeste's no, so we'll do the nays.
Yeah.
All those against, please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
So it's lost. Okay, number 5. All those in favour of number 5?
1, 2.
Yes.
Okay, that's passed. Thank you. Number 6. All those in favour of A6, there it goes. Number 6.
Yes.
It's carried. Thank you. Number 7. All those in favour of number 7?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
So that's lost. Yep. Number 7 is lost. Okay. Number 8 is missing. Number 9. All those in favour of number 9?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Was your hand up or not?
We have to take a small second each of these because all of them have changed since we've put our front out. If you don't know, just vote yes.
Okay, so
let's do it again.
Shall we do it again? All those in favour of A9, which is right in front of you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
So that's carried. Thank you very much. Ripping on to the next one. Okay, A10. All those in favour of A10?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
It must be lost. Okay, so it's lost. Do you want to do the nays? No. Right, here we are. Number A11. All those in favour of A11?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yes.
Oh,
9.
9. Okay, yep.
So that is carried.
Okay.
So that's the one on private property rights on parking. So we'd charge people to park on their property, and half the councils, the majority of council, are okay with that. Wow.
You're not debating. We're not in debate.
Wow. I'll see if Zelensky's got spare seats for everyone.
A12. Stop it. Stop it. A12. Okay. There it is. Not quite Holland, is it right? A12. Everyone all in favour of A12, please raise your hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
So we'll start again.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
So that is carried. Thank you. The next one is A13. All those in favour of A13, implementation?
Is that everyone?
Yes, yeah, that's passed. Thank you. A14. All those in favour of A14?
No. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
That's carried. Thank you. Number A15. Oh, that's very little. All of those in favour of A15? That's carried. Everyone. Yep, great.
No, that wasn't, I don't think it wasn't unanimous, was it?
It wasn't unanimous.
No.
No, but it's still passed.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, is that right? Measuring our progress. All those in favour of A16?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And Celeste, were you a 9?
She said no.
She was a 9,
Yeah.
so it's a 9.
So that's carried. Okay, now we're up to Andre's one. All of those in favour, please raise your hand.
Yes.
Yeah, that's more or less. Yep, that's good. Thank you. So that one's gone. That one's gone. Here we're up to number A20. Right. All those in favour of number A20, which is Celeste's one?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
That is carried. Okay, next one is, this is the start of the sort of the new ones, so to speak. Yes?
Because Councillor McDonald's new goal was created, I presume the old goal 4 has then changed. Is that correct? And therefore this is no longer required.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that
Okay,
right?
so you're withdrawing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I need
Makes
confirmation of that
sense.
before I would withdraw it.
Who are you asking, Mel?
The staff who should know what's going on.
I'm surprised they're still here after all putting through.
They did until you started the amendment.
You've fallen into a trap, Mark.
Can you rephrase the question again? Repeat the question.
So my question is that because Councillor MacDonald had the new goal added about productivity, etc., that means goal 4 is now, I presume, back to its original wording, which included the word essential.
There's not a, you haven't got a resolution to vote on to amend goal. Are you referring to the revised draft amended version?
Because Councillor MacDonald now has a new goal about economic productivity, I presume that means that goal 4 is now as it originally was stated in the document, which was, or is it the yellow? Because it makes no sense to have two that talk about the same thing.
Productivity, yeah.
And I think that's what we need to work out. We can either amend goal 4, another option.
But we've already agreed that we're having a new goal.
Yep.
So what would be the wording of goal 4 now?
Given that, haven't we given the GM discretion?
That's right.
Yeah.
Can we say,
Yeah.
look, as long as we capture the general idea that he's got discretion to work out whether it's better in this goal.
Okay,
versus
so we
here,
just vote on this.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Are you happy with that? You're
So
happy?
we
Great.
don't.
We don't need to.
We don't need.
Because I don't know what's happening, so I want essential.
I would like the word essential captured, and at the moment I haven't got the clarity about that, so we'll vote on this, please.
So rather than this, the motion is something ensure that the word essential travel is captured in the goals.
Yes, put that in the note.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Whether it's in whichever goal.
It's
it's
just,
in.
yeah. So we don't need to do it. Have I got that right?
No.
I think we do, because currently it doesn't say the word essential anywhere.
So
Because the current yellow wording doesn't use the word essential, and Sam's new goal doesn't either. I think we should capture.
So the amendment could be something that something along the lines of ensuring the word essential travel is captured within the strategy goals. Yeah. Whether it's goal 4 or goal something else. Yeah. Is that all right? Does that cover what you were questioning?
The underlined.
Yep. Yep.
It's on there. I'm still confused. Am I putting it or not?
Yeah, but we're just
Yeah.
changing it.
Yeah.
We're just,
Something like that.
and it's rather than include, it's ensure essential.
How's that
Is
looking?
that going to?
How's that, Mel?
Great, okay.
Okay. It's righto. So here we are with number A21. It's Melanie's first one. So we've got to be nice to her.
Weren't she even nice to you?
All those in favour of A21?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, hand up. Sorry. Yep, everyone's snuff. Yep, next one. Okay, everyone who's happy with that, please put your hand up. Yep, that's no problem.
Yes.
Next one, A23. Okay, everyone's happy with that, put their hand up.
Yes.
It's gold. A24.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
That's enough. There's enough.
Yep.
Okay, we're going very well. A25. This is the first of Yanni's ones. So everyone that's happy with that, please put your hand up.
Yes.
Yep, that's no sweat. Righto, the next one, measuring our progress. Everyone that's happy with A26, please put their hand up.
Yes.
Additional column.
Yeah, that's enough. Okay. A27. Right, A27. Everyone that's happy with A27, please put your hand up.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11.
That's carried. Thank you very much. And A28, which is the first of Sarah's ones.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
That's carried. Thank you. The second one, which is, sorry, I'm going a bit quick. Yep. That one. Everyone in favour of number A29?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
No problem. Tyrone's one we took out. And now we're up to number 32, which is...
That's coming in with that will come up later. It's
Oh,
in the,
oh, I can,
it's
oh,
in
yeah.
these, under these substantive.
Yeah.
notes
Oh,
and
right.
those
Yes.
are-
Yes.
Fields, yeah.
Okay. But we're still doing this one.
Yeah.
No, your health census as well, isn't it?
Yeah, but we've still got these two.
Oh, right, sorry. My apologies.
Okay. So number 32, which is Celeste 1, Page Road Project. All those are keen on that, please put your hand up.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
That's carried. Thank you. And the next one, which I can't quite see or remember for that matter. Right. Thank you very much. Got it there. Brilliant. All those who are happy with that, please put your hand up.
Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
So, yep, that's carried. And don't tell me we're at the end.
Yes, we just need to add those additional.
Yes, so we need to go back to these.
Yeah, so we're now going back to the substantive one, which is number 10 on our list. And we're actually voting for that, but there's a couple of extra ones.
There's a couple of extra ones.
2 minutes to upload.
How many minutes?
2 minutes.
2
to
minutes.
update a couple.
Talk amongst yourself for 2 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. So
Yeah, we could do them as a block.
here we are at the bitter end. We've already moved and seconded it. We've debated everything that's in it, so we just put this whole thing. Now, some people might want to vote against some of these things. If we vote, I'll put the whole thing, but if you want to vote against some parts, or the whole thing yes or the whole thing no, if you want to vote against some parts, just let Sam know and she'll make a note of it. Okay? Is that right? Tyler's just having a cup of tea, I think.
Well, I wonder, Mayor Phil, if you just, because I've discussed with Sam and everything, I'm not comfortable with where it's ended up. But so that ultimately means I'd be against 3, which is adopting a new one, and 6, which is revoking the old one. But then it doesn't make a lot of sense to be voting against allowing staff to make grammatical changes and everything. So how you want to do that, that's fine. But you could put those 2 separately, which are the key ones.
All right, so yeah, we've already voted, Tyler. It was great. Would have loved it.
It was one vote short, though, Tyler.
We're not doing hands, though, are we?
If we need to, we can do 3 and 6.
So I'll put the whole lot. What would you prefer? What makes it easy for you, Sam? I'll put the whole lot. Yeah. And we'll just, aye and nay. We don't have to do hand. You want hands again? Yeah. Right. Everyone that is in favour with the whole lot that's in front of us, please raise your hand.
Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 4.
Anyone who's against the whole lot, please raise your hand. Or parts of.
James,
not against the whole lot, but for the sake of ease.
So I've got Councillor Goff for 3 and 6.
Yes. So if you could please record my vote against 3 and 6, that would be great. Thank you.
Councillor Moore, were you against the whole lot or just 3 and 6?
3 and 6. Yep.
So I've got Councillor Goff, Kewen and Moore against 3 and 6.
Okay, so that's carried. Thank you very much. Now, we're going to see if we can rip, because we're going to have lunch 1 o'clock, see if we can rip through a couple of easy ones. And this is where... Yes, I'm moving, resetting standing orders, and Pauline is seconding them. All those in favour? Aye, against, thank you, that's carried. So now Alex coming up to do the wheelie bin latch trial in a matter of seconds. Is that, but as John started to get up and say something.
It's done.
Happy to move? We've got a move and a seconder. Mark, Sam, whatever you want, just pick some. Okay.
So put it to vote.
All of those in favour of number 11? Aye. Against? Thank you, that's carried. Thank you, Alex. That's brilliant. Okay, and we'll lash out and do,
Miriam.
Number 13. Okay. Far away.
This is just a straightforward procedural thing, isn't it?
Sam's happy to move it, and Tim's happy to second it.
Any questions? Okay.
Questions, discussion, debate, anything? Great. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you. That's carried. Brilliant.
Anything else we can get through?
I don't think we sneak through another one.
What about 10? 10?
10?
No.
10. We'll have a lash with 10, shall we, everybody?
No. Okay, no. Okay.
No, I'm feeling lucky.
Mayor's report. Yeah, that's right. Good one.
Right, all those in favour?
Yeah.
Right, good work, 99. As you can see, there's a lovely new format there with lots of pictures. And have you seen it? Have you got it? It's very good. It's very good. And it's been busy. We know how good Electric Ave was, Sparks was. Waitangi Day went to Anuku Marae. for that, which was outstanding. The reception we got over there was very, very good, and it was great. So there's nothing, been all over the place. Memorial at the Omanawa. And then one of the good things was I went up to do the fire sensors up, the last of them, one of them, is up right just underneath the bridle path where it comes over the top of the hill. And that is going to help us big time for all sorts of things. It does humidity, smoke, wind direction, temperature, all that sort of thing. So, and it might even catch some graffiti people up there, good luck. So it's been busy, and as if you get a chance, go down and have a look at that magnetic building, observatory. It is absolutely amazing. If that wasn't there, we wouldn't be the gateway to the South Island as far as Antarctica goes. And people used to beaver away in there with adding machines and bits of paper for most of their life years ago. And it's where they used to come and set their compasses and stuff before they shot off down south. It's a very interesting story. Very interesting story. So it's been great. We've got had Song Pagu come across, and so it was good. I went out to Burnham to see the commanding officer change. What those guys do out there is outstanding. One of us was there. Were you there, Mark? I can't remember. Well, the colours one where you're at, I can't remember. So that was good. It was busy, and as you can see on the back page, there's a shed load coming up. Pauline.
Mr. Mayor, just on your report on, I don't know what page it's on actually, 241 of the agenda, when the new Minister for the South Island met with the Mayoral Forum.
Yes.
Is there anything that you want to report back to us on that? I mean, is he got like a rural focus, or particularly, or is Christchurch on his radar? Or
when we went to he's got a whole South Island focus, but the poor bugger had only had his legs under the desk for about half an hour.
No excuse.
I know. At the Canterbury Mirror Forum, everyone grabbed him for. They had a pretty good heavy rural focus on him there because it's the first time they ever laid eyes on him. I was lucky to be up in Wellington when I went to look at the wastewater treatment plant in Lower Hutt, and had a good yarn to him. He's really keen to do something and have a presence for us. So we shouldn't be scared of asking him to do anything, because he would like to get some runs on the board.
Can I suggest he come and meet the councillors here? It'd be quite nice.
I can find out. Yeah, next time. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So no, he's a lovely young fella.
Thank you,
Aaron.
Yeah, just surprised to not see the photo of you prior to the cricket final, the India-New Zealand final, where you guys signed the document, and it was a precursor to the great cricket final, but that's not in your report.
Probably
No, so it'll be next month. I think.
Oh, so there'll be an update on with the New Zealand India Business Council, given it's the flavour of the week.
Because I think
the government trip.
Yeah, because it
just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, it just missed. That's why likes of Chumley's not in there and stuff like that, because that only just happened.
Oh right, okay, cool.
Yeah. So that. What are you? Okay.
Just want to thank you for going to support the Crankworks, and it's really good.
It was great.
Of hand in hand with the Adventure Park and CNZ working together. It's a really big deal, and it's so cool.
It's a lot bigger deal than people think. And one of the things they learned, just where people were wandering around, the bloody wind was scuffing up dust. It was terrible. So next time down where people are walking by those wee tents, they're going to put some just a bit of bark down, just wood chips down to try and stop that, because it's not good.
Yeah, but they both worked really hard to get it here, and it's hopefully going to stay in the circuit. So really well done to both of them.
And it was good because it was a year since the fire ruined them last time. Kel.
Just want to congratulate you on the work you've done with the sister city relationships. You know, obviously there's a lot of good people behind that, our efforts to engage with those people, but I think you've reinvigorated the relationship. I think it's really important that we keep pushing those sister city relationships forward, and maybe even look for others if we have the capacity, perhaps India.
Yeah, no, that's reading our mind. What I don't think people, and the people on the sister city committees who are here, and we've been overseas sometimes, and a lot of people from overseas come here, the amount of work the civic and national relations guys do is is lots. There's a lot more going on than it's not just jumping on a plane and going for a little bit of a squiz across over there, because when you have 23 banquets in 16 days, when you're in China, you know that you do. I've never eaten so much in my life, but they really look after. They really appreciate you going over there. But we've also got to reciprocate when they come back here, and we look after them for days on end. So it's they do a hell of a lot of work.
Perhaps a follow-up question for the chief executive: do we, can we have more more sister city relationships, or is it sort of capped out?
So the team are looking into that at the moment, so we'll ask for a report back from them. They are looking at options for another sister city relationship.
We do get asked a lot while we're away, oh, do this, do that. And of course, if you say yes, it's only 52 weeks in a year, and all of a sudden you've got none left. So, it does take a lot of time, effort and money to look after it. Yeah, Yanni and then Tyler.
Yeah, thank you. We do we do have an international relations framework and a strategy that sits behind it. So there is. I don't know whether it's on our schedule of things to review, but there are resolutions in there to look at other opportunities, particularly in the Pacific, just wanted to ask, have you got, and thanks for the work that you're doing, like a lot of the events, particularly over this, like February, this time of year, like with Waitangi Day, the Earthquake Memorial, the March 15th Unity week. So thank you. It is I know it's a really busy time.
Last weekend I did 7 speeches. Woo.
Yeah. And we have a lot of sports events as well, which is also good, like Cities of Surf and all these events where people are active. Just wanted to check, are you able to give us any update on what's happening with city deals? I think some of us are concerned that we're behind. We're not quite sure what government's view is around how we can progress it, but there's things that we would maybe like to consider and discuss sooner rather than waiting. So is there any idea is there any update you can give us on what's happening with the city deal?
We'll do a workshop on it if you like. What we have got is I'm CMF, meeting Simon Watts tomorrow. Yeah, Simon Watts is down here tomorrow, having yarn to him with a number of others. What I sometimes say is, here is Christchurch has had $17 billion worth of money rained down on it since the earthquakes. That's just from the government. And we are the epitome of city deals. We've got Parakiori, we've got One Stadium, Te Kaha, Margaret Mayhe, we've got Te Pai, has all been in conjunction with us. So we're doing them. You can say Pages Road is a city deal. You can say Brum Street's a city deal. One thing I'm very keen on, and I don't want to stuff it up, is when I go to Canterbury Mayor Forum, I don't want them to think, oh, here's Christchurch, it's the big dog, they're going to take over the place and we'll have no say. So Mary and I will always support them for their regional deals as a group, because we'll give strength to it, but we'll continue to do the stuff where we want it ourselves, possibly a wee bit under the radar like we've been doing, but I'm more than happy to, if someone really wants something, because you've got to remember, because I've listened to some people, we will, but just one last thing I'll say, some people are saying with the city regional deal that there's a big bucket of money, a big barrel of money at the other end of it. It's not. So, and we were sitting back thinking, right, well, let some other cities break the ice and see what they want to do first. So we'll, yeah.
And then the final question from me was, is there any update on Kiwi?
We'll do a workshop.
So we'll come back with the information. This is meant to be focusing on the mayor's report from what he did in February, not so if you've got other things.
So I know the mayor had meetings with ministers, I think, over the Kiwi Rail Scrotton's Road crossing.
Yep.
So just given that we're in the budget,
we'll come back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, so Tyler, you're moving it, but so Tyler had a question.
I've lost my track of thought now.
So you're seconding it. That's great.
Yeah. Happy to. But, the key part I just wanted to say was publicly was to you, Phil, and let you know that the March 15 families really appreciated your attendance.
It was so good, especially the one on the last one on that night when it was just the families.
Yeah.
They're very, very special. Very good.
That means
good.
a lot. I had something, but lost track. Apologies.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Thank you, mate. And Sarah, did you have a question? You had your hand up.
No, I was actually just going to speak in debate. We're just because it's more of a discussion point rather than a question based on something you've just said.
I can't hear you.
Are we going
Debate.
to debate whether we received the report or not?
I'm happy to put it. Someone's going to second it. But
And then I'll just say.
yeah, far away.
Yeah, no, just that I fundamentally disagree on the city deal piece. And city deals shouldn't be about a little bit here and a little bit there. City deals are about future shaping, game changing stuff for the city. And it's not about a big pot of money and what we want. It's about what we offer the nation. We've got huge capacity for growth and innovation, space for people to be. We're also the most resilient city in the country now. We have the infrastructure and those kind of things that is resilient to earthquakes and those kind of things, and have a huge amount to offer. So, government departments based here, those kind of things, not necessarily a big pot of money. And I think we should always be trying to put our best foot forward on those kind of things instead of, a little bit here, a little bit there. There's MRT, those kind of things. So,
Don't worry, I'm selling Christchurch whenever I can. Sam?
Well, I was just going to say, I think it's unfortunate to conflate a regional deal, which initially we weren't asked to be part of, to when the government then changed their process, which we've said we'll have a workshop as a council on, with the wins we've already got. $90 million more for roads, $150 million for Brougham Street, Pages Road Bridge commitment, and we continually work with government. So I just hate for people to have this impression that I know how hard Phil works every day to keep relationships going, to actually get good outcomes. We've seen a lot more achieved, arguably in the last 18 months, than potentially we did over this last 3 whiles. We had a briefing yesterday on an issue that we're going to have to try and resolve as well. So, I think we've just got to be realistic with where we go.
And lastly, Tyler, because I'm hungry.
Yeah, I'm actually not going to debate. I was actually a question on process around Josh Potter Gardner came in this morning, and I'm wondering if this may be the platform for us to ask for you to send a letter to the Minister
I
for
think
Housing.
we've already got that.
Yeah, been there, done that. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool with
no,
that.
good man. No worries.
Staff
So
meeting.
all those in favour? Against? Thank you, carried. See you at 2:00. Welcome back, everyone. We're now going to. No, we're not doing that one. We're doing the Christchurch Foundation one. That's what we're doing.
What do you want it? Oh, I had number 8.
No, we're doing. Where's Christchurch Foundation? Where's Pauline? I'm sure we were doing this straight after lunch.
Yes.
Hey, we're doing this straight after lunch. Christchurch Foundation. It wasn't there. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
Okay. Right. So we've got Rose and Gary, and yep, yes, and that's cool. Now, if we have a resolution to exclude the public for attachment B and C, if we need to go there, so we'll just see how we're looking. Now, we've all got this from Pauline that everyone can have a read of. Thank you. Right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to introduce Rose Crossland, who'll be will be doing a bit of a double take this afternoon. The Christchurch Foundation's been in a period of fundamental change. Amongst many goals they have, financial sustainability and a closer relationship with the council are high up there. Foundations usually become sustainable when they have approximately $30 million under management. Christchurch Foundation currently has about $3 million. They believe they will be sustainable when they have about 25 million, and they're working towards this goal at the moment. The foundation currently need additional financial support of around $220,000 a year to maintain their momentum for change, which has been considerable, and to operate. The foundation see the 2027-37 long-term plan as the appropriate forum for discussing longer-term financial support. In the interim, they've applied for $550,000 from the Capital Endowment Fund to cover the period between now, March 2025, and July 2027, when any decisions of a long-term plan would kick in. Accordingly, this report considers 3 options. The first option is the council declined the request, and it sends a clear signal to the foundation on council's ability to provide further financial support. The second option is approve a grant of $82,500 to support the core operation of the foundation to 30th of June 2025. Over this time, the foundation would engage with the council and finalise, with council's input, how they would implement their new strategic plan. An application for further funding of $220,000 would be presented to council in May, June this year, and again in May or June 2026. This option essentially provides a little more time for the foundation to engage with the council, finalise its planning, but this option does not commit council to further funding beyond $82,500. The third option was for the council to approve a conditional grant payable in 3 instalments, $82,500 now, $220,000 in May, June 2025, and the same in 26. Each of those subsequent payments subject to a council report. This final option provides for greater security to the foundation, as funding will be set aside, but again it does not commit council to approving any further funding, because the approval of further funding is subject to a council report and council comfort with the progress. The staff's preferred option is the option in the middle, the option of providing 82,500 to support the operation through to the 30th of June, giving the foundation the opportunity to engage with the council. That's just a brief introduction. Rose and myself are happy to answer any questions on the report, and we do have the General Manager and the Chair of the Foundation with us in the chamber today. Thank you.
Right. Has anyone got any questions? Samuel.
John, are you able, thanks for the report, are you able to just talk me through, I mean, I guess to get to 25 million or 27 million is a huge feat.
Yep.
And so we're obviously looking at potentially even some capital endowment fund till the end of June, which is, I know it doesn't have a direct impact on rates, but,
yep.
There's still the... How much money, I mean, I know I've got this update here, which is good. There's been a bit of money raised, but like how quickly do you think there's going to be more money come in to make this more self-sufficient? Is it 25-year type horizon to, I guess what I'm trying to say is, are we looking at 250 grand or 220 grand a year going forward?
This report contemplates that until council consider the matter in the LTP. The probably more detailed information on the ability of the foundation to get to the level of managed funds that they need. The chair is probably better answering that than myself. I also think that would be a hot topic in a council workshop that if council go for the preferred option, we would host. But for a better answer here, I'll probably ask the mayor to allow the chair of the foundation to answer that.
I guess, so the other question is, if we were to give the funding today, how do we send a signal that it's not guaranteed in July? That's the like I just would hate to give the, I'm happy to give them a go, but I would hate to, how do we ensure that there isn't an expectation that come July that happens? What kind of safeguards would we put in place?
Yeah. Firstly, the option is absolutely to only approve 82,500. It makes it very clear that any further funding is a separate council report, a separate application based on information that will probably be discussed at a council workshop. We have a council workshop scheduled for the 1st of April, should council decide it wants to proceed. The other idea is maybe you'd like to amend the resolution to make that clearer. I think they're probably the safeguards within the resolution, but if there's a will to make it clearer, we could certainly think about that.
And I guess this last one is, so just between now and the end of, I mean, if this money will run them till end of June?
30th of June, no further.
So what's the timing for coming in for the new application? Like, is that a May decision?
Yes, it is. It's we would predict that coming in towards the end of May, latest early June,
right,
following a council workshop in early April.
Okay. And so do we think there's enough time there for them to get the runs on the board they need to prove that they can, open the door for more funding?
That will come to light in the workshop. And it is going to be really down to the foundation to present and the councillors to ask questions and get a level of comfort themselves. We will be there and we will provide advice. I can't ask that question, and I guess that's one of the reasons that the staff have pointed to this option, which is a provisional amount, and we'll see what happens, but there can't be any expectations.
Thank you. Vic and then Sarah.
Thank you, John. Mine's sort of a follow-up from Councillor McDonald's, because if this money is only to cover it until the end of June, I'm struggling to understand what is it that what's going to change in the next 3 months. I mean, they've been working on their plan and the science behind how they're going to get there, with their being financially sustainable. What does another 3 months give them that they haven't already got now? And the information that isn't already before us? Because what what I don't want to hear is we're confident we can get there. I want to see the plan. We want to see the science behind it. And if it's already there, then we should have that now. Because, So what's my question? My question is, what are we actually going to get in 3 months? What is this month that we haven't already got now?
I'll answer the first part and turn to my colleague for the second part. Within the 3 months, there is a council workshop where the foundation themselves will engage with the council and present anything that they need to over and above what's being presented in this report, and the appendix to the report, which shows what the foundation have been doing in detail over the last few months. Rose, have you got anything else to add?
Yes, and just to further expand on that, the additional report that was sent through following the previous workshop that was here before was asked for some what has been happening, what is going on. So that was sent through. Some of you may have just received that now, but it indicates quite a lot of the extensive work that has been going on in terms of growing, expanding existing funds and growing additional funds. They're developing some quite strong relationships with key people, and they're also working on new strategies for new funds. So there has been a lot of work on. So it's not that they're sat there not doing anything. There's been a lot of work going on, which is outlined in this document here, which was sent to you in confidence. But
Thank you. So it does raise the question, because I've been asking the same questions about where additional third-party funding is coming from, and you'll recall raised it previously that the website says it's a foundation for Waimakariri and so on, and I've asked the question previously about whether approaches have been made to other councils and other organisations who are in partnership and who support them. Is there any update on any of that additional funding that's available?
So conversations are being had with some of the councils. It is.
I want to hear more than conversations, Rose.
I'm not aware at the moment of any firm decisions about approval for funding, but I know that these conversations are being had.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
We cannot provide you an update on that. We don't know.
Thank you.
Councillor.
Look, my last question really is just in your report on page 161, paragraph 4.16, where you're looking at the option disadvantages.
Yep.
You're saying that if the foundation cannot continue, Christchurch and Banks Peninsula will be one of the only regions in New Zealand without a community foundation. I really just want to question that. We've got the Rata Foundation that distributes, I think it's like 700 million fund, manages 700 million fund and generates 26 million per annum, of which Canterbury, I think, received about 14 million. So is that really correct, and is that just a bit of scaremongering?
No, it's actually correct. Rata has a certain amount of funds that they have that they can distribute. A community foundation means that the community, whether it's someone giving $10 or someone leaving a bequest of $1 million or a business investing 100,000, the community give the money. So there are about 18 community foundations around the country at the moment. There's only one in Canterbury, Dunedin and maybe the West Coast are the only ones without it. So there are lots of other foundations around that have money, a pool of money set aside to give, but a community foundation is different in that people give into the money. That's into the foundation to grow endowment funds and to give pass-through funds and to support other activities out there that they can actually be a conduit for. So it is a completely different model.
Thank you. So my final question then really just goes back to staff's thoughts around whether the foundation is acting in accordance with the original intention of what the foundation was set up for. I've got my own thoughts on this, but I'm keen to understand what staff's position is, or whether they've moved away significantly from that.
Yes, I'm happy to answer that. So best practice for a community foundation is to concentrate on building endowment funds. So there's a big amount of funds with various focus of attention in the interest that comes out of that goes to support the community. That's the best practice. When it first opened, that wasn't. There were other funding activities that were conducted that did not concentrate on in building endowment, and didn't bring as much money in as they'd hoped. So what this phase 2 of the foundation is very much focused on is going back to best principles, which is to focus on endowment funds and bringing money in and keeping it there and investing it wisely according to supporters' wishes, and working with the community, which is everybody in the community literally can contribute to that. So they have right-sized and they have refocused on best practice.
Sorry, supplementary to that. So therefore, it's changed and it's moved from it was originally set up for.
It was originally set up to be that model. That is, again, with the foundation it was originally set up, that would be the path that all successful foundations would be. Some of the fundraising activities were not focused on endowment, so building up that big lump of funds. So there were funds, and I think also the income to expenditure was a little bit higher than most community foundations would successfully operate under. So building up that endowment fund has been the key focus on the new trust.
Thank you. Sarah, then Mel.
Kia ora. Thanks so much. It's no doubt that getting something off the ground like this is really tough. How much more difficult does the current recommendation make it when people are trying to convince people that they're a long-term entity and that they have the confidence of council? So, I mean, how much more difficult does it make it for them to convince people when we're saying, oh no, we're going to fund them 4 months? If we set aside the funding, does that give them a better opportunity and more mandate to get more funds in because people have more surety?
I guess that is a question best posed to potential investors or customers on how they would feel. But I think a common sense view would be the greater degree of certainty and surety in the future of the organisation, and the confidence of the organisation itself, the greater reliance prospective donors would have on that.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's not a factual answer. I guess it's a common sense answer because we haven't, done any analysis on that.
I mean, are we able to hear from the foundation? I mean, how much more difficult it would make it?
Well, do we go into PX?
Up to you. I mean,
yep. We need to get some insight.
I think we need to get.
I think we need to go into PX.
It's a big decision, right?
I don't. Okay. Have you got a question first, Mel? Before. Okay. Melanie is, because there's some information, but Melanie's moving to go to PX. Jake is more than happy to second that. So all those in favour of going into PX? All right, against? Thank you, that's carried. Okay, we're back in business. Victoria?
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move a motion, please, that we lay this on the table. We've heard a lot today about the opportunity for a further workshop, and if there's more information, then I think we should be fully informed. So I wonder whether I've got a seconder for that, please.
Mel?
I'll second that.
Okay.
Matt, yep. Vic's moving, Sam's seconding, and Mel's got a full. And Sarah's seconding that. You got that, Sam?
So that's Sarah.
Okay. So that, what Vic's done, is not the.
When they go into debate, we move away from the table. Just check when they go into debate.
So we have a motion from Vic to leave this on the table until we have the workshop, and it's been seconded by Sam. Process question. Righto. Yep. Yep, far away.
What comes first? The
chicken or the egg?
Yeah.
What comes first is this, and if that fails,
No debate.
that.
Oh, was this the procedural that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a procedural motion.
Yeah.
Could I have the wording of, I know option 3 is described, but could I have the wording altered slightly to say a grant of 82,500 or whatever it is, plus conditional for the remainder? Because it's actually, option 3 is about giving them the 82,000 now and then deciding at a later point, relatively soon, whether we give them any more or not. 'Cause the rest of it would be conditional.
All right. Okay. So.
Because that wording makes it sound like it's that whole amount, but it's actually not.
Okay.
It's not quite.
So you're saying the 82 now and.
So it says 82,500, whatever the wording is, and then conditional for 440.
What's left?
Subsequent to a workshop and agreement to approval of the strategic plan and implementation plan.
Okay.
So, John, can you come up and help the team to write the.
Just make sure we get it right.
Things?
Can I ask the question then of that, Mel? How is that different to the preferred option from staff?
Yeah, how does it do?
That was debate, but it's about giving investors surety in writing that we're considering to give more, because otherwise this is debate.
What it does is it sets aside money within the fund that we don't reallocate until we've made a decision whether or not to allocate the extra money. Yeah. It just sets funding aside so that we can make a decision and gives more surety. Yeah.
So it's number 3 of the officer recommendation there, and then.
But it only actually
then
grants
it's
82.
Then, yeah.
We're just sorting a couple of wee bits of wording out on Melanie's foreshadow motion.
taking time to get the wording up, but our understanding is that you want to agree. So we'll do the first motion first, which is about lying on the table. If that fails, the foreshadowed one is to make a grant today of 82,500, and then subsequent to that, following a workshop, potentially make 2 further grants of 220.
But only following the workshop, not
Not just that, but also a council agreeing, because it says it in the wording in the report, council agreeing to the strategic plan and implementation plan. We have to agree to them. So there's quite a process there.
Have a workshop and subsequent to the workshop agree on the.
It's not set in concrete, the second bit. Okay. Just getting a few words going up here.
We could do the other one. Oh no, people probably need to know what the alternative is. Yeah, but will people vote? Do they need to see this one to know what the foreshadowed one is? Okay.
Okay.
No,
Can I just get
Sorry, quiet everyone. Right, we're back.
Can I get clarity, please, on the wording that you've got on option 3 there, where it says, when that box is removed so I can read it.
Yeah.
Oh, there we are. Tranche 2 and tranche 3, the decision to be made via a council report. Does that mean that we're voting on it in public, or is it...
We're in public now. So which
No,
one?
yeah, when it comes back to approve tranche 2 and tranche 3 to be released, can I just clarify that it will come to the table for
Yeah.
a vote as to whether those are going to be released, rather than the staff just giving us a report to say we're satisfied that they've
We
satisfied the conditions. Thank you.
Okay, so we're doing.
The procedural motion.
Victoria has done a motion which I'd love to be able to see.
No.
Make sure we're all on the right track. No, we're still drawing. Can I see the next one, please? Or I suppose we don't need to see that. Yeah. So here we are. Victoria has come up, has put a motion lie on the table, revolves we let the report lie on the table to the upcoming workshop. And Sam has seconded it. So we don't need any discussion there, it's quite simple. I'll put that motion, all those in favour? Aye. Against?
No.
No. Yeah, okay, righto. I'm trying to get out of here. Sorry, Sam. Right. Okay, where you go, Sam?
So this is for leaving the report to lie on the table. Councillor Peters.
Yes.
Councillor Fields. Councillor Harrison Hunt.
No.
Councillor Coker. No. Councillor Donovan online.
No.
Deputy Mayor Cotto sitting back. Councillor Henstock.
Sorry, I've been distracted.
This is to leave the report to lie on the table.
I've moved that. Yes, thanks.
That's a yes. Councillor Moore.
No.
Councillor Goff.
Yes.
Councillor Johansson. Yes. Councillor Kewen. Councillor MacDonald.
Yes.
Councillor Barber.
No.
Councillor McLennan. No. Councillor Scandrett.
No.
The Mayor.
Yeah.
Councillor Templeton. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 4, and 1, 2,
Okay.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Thank you, Sam. That is lost. So now we do the foreshadowed one, which is coming up any minute now. That's it there. Is that right? We're all happy with that? Sarah. Okay, so this one, the foreshadowed motion, has been moved and seconded, which says more or less give $82,500 now, and then after the workshop, it's not set in concrete, but after the workshop, two tranches of 220 grand, 1 July this year and 1 July next year. That may happen if everyone's happy at the workshop. Everyone happy? Right. So I put that motion. All those in favour? Against?
No. What's against?
Yep. Hey, I moved in second. Yeah, someone called division, so we're doing it.
Sarah called for a debate as well.
Do you really?
Yeah, but already.
So do debate?
No. We've had the division, we've got a procedure motion.
Procedure motion, yeah, that is right.
So this is a division for option 3 on the screen. Councillor Kewen. Yes. Councillor McLennan. Yes. Councillor MacDonald.
No.
Councillor Henstock.
No.
Councillor Moore.
Yes.
Councillor Scandrett.
Yes.
Councillor Harrison Hunt.
Yes.
Councillor Coker. Yes. Councillor Peters.
No.
The Mayor,
No.
Councillor Templeton, Councillor Barber,
Yes.
Councillor Fields,
Yes.
Councillor Johansson, Councillor Donovan online,
Yes.
and Councillor Goff.
No.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 for, and 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 against.
Okay. So that is carried. Thank you very much. Right.
I'll move option 3. Option 3. Okay.
Hang on. I'll foreshadow the staff recommendation. And
Yeah. I think you'd probably have to write a resolution because that's not a resolution.
They're my favourite ones.
Yeah. Yeah. Well. Yeah. So, councillors, we're here for your direction on the use of the site at 129 Gloucester Street. This is the site that is in front of you. I won't go through the history, it's in the report and we know it well. I suppose I just hope, I really want to get across, we need a decision today. This is a matter where we'll try our best, but we won't be able to get this ready for the opening of the court, and we'll have to do some additional works around there. But we want to try and be whatever you come up with and whatever direction you tell us, to have that very quickly after the opening there. I think one of the key things here, we're not talking something that is hugely significant, either to parking supply or to open space in the city. It's one small part of a much, much larger thing. So we just need to potentially keep that in mind, that it's not that large. Just in terms of from the recommended option, where our thinking is at, this shows a mix of car park and open space. It allows for potential for staff car parking for the facilities, and potential for accessible parking for patrons in the evenings. Now, if you give us direction for a model that involves parking, we want to work with those venues on the best way of managing that. So we haven't done a lot of work on that at this point, because we don't have the clear forward direction, and that's where we're after for you today. So I think at that point I shall be quiet and, subject to the Mayor's agreement, open it up for questions.
Okay, you are right, Bruce, that we do need to make sure we make a decision today because time is against us. If we want to have the place looking tidy one way or another, it is important that we do it. So have Melanie first, then Yanni. Do you have your hand up, mate?
It mentions somewhere in here, I can't find it, about mobility car parking. Is in either option 1 or 3. What proportion roughly would you be looking at for that?
I wouldn't want to actually give a specific figure at this point. We'd want to work with the venues on that. So get an understanding on that. This plan is only showing 2. I think that is too low. We would need to see more than that, but it will be something that is important. There is other parking in the vicinity, but it is a degree of access that would need to be happening with that. You've got to walk for a while or be pushed in a wheelchair for a while. There are drop-off spaces in Gloucester Street, but we will take that, working with the Piano Court and Isaac Third Royal to determine what they think are reasonable needs on that point. But definitely it will be there, and it will be a matter of importance.
While I'm on it, would there be time limited parking? Is that is all of that going to be sort of assessed by?
Again, as I said, we need your direction first. I don't want to spend a lot of time and resource on developing up a scheme
and then find it's inconsistent with your direction. So we've got once you've given us your direction, we can work that through. One of the options that I think we should really be considering, and is probably first and foremost, is we work with the venues and potentially they're managing on our behalf the car parking. So that allows it to potentially connect access through their ticketing systems, particularly for those with mobility needs. That might be some option. So as long as you give us a clear direction today on which way you want to go, we'll be able to work those details out.
And so would councillors be able to input feedback into that once you've got the plan after direction today?
I always listen to you, so yes.
And this is Pinocchio Rendell. Sorry, Ben. So, Bruce, you want to walk out of here with either 1, 2, or 3?
Absolutely.
As long as it's one of them.
Yep.
Okay. So, you done, Mel? Yep. We got Yanni, then Sarah.
Is there a map for each of the options? I just could find it in the...
No. But if to help your imagination, option 3 involves the grey area extending over the green area. Option 2 involves the green area extending over the grey area.
Right. So basically, so where the green area is, you'd be talking about...
Come on, guys, it's getting late.
Being 20 car parks in there, and you've got 30 in the...
Yeah. So, Councillor...
50 and 1.
Yeah. I've been involved in this stuff for a long time, 30 odd years. I wouldn't attempt to design it. I would rely on the designers to go through. So if you say it's 3, we'd get the designers to work through that. I would be making sure that we share that final design with you once you've given us the direction. But I don't want to have a fully designed design up here now, and then you say, hey, we're not interested in that.
Yeah,
we've
sure.
just wasted a lot
But
of
just
time and money
in terms
on that.
of the parking that's next to the court.
Mark, we need to move along. Carry on. What's your last quick question, please?
Have you thought about the car park going on the other side?
No, we're not designing.
No, we're not designing the thing there.
Okay.
3 options: hybrid, all grass, or car park.
And in all of the options, you can go through, right? So that
in terms of pedestrian, yeah, I think that's a key point.
So did you consider,
Councillor Johannes
car
has
park
raised a
access
key
from
point
Harbour
that
Street?
we will be allowing the access through the piano piazza to the car parking on the other side.
Whatever
that's
happens.
really important, and it's a very key point.
Yep,
so
that
thank
is
you,
the most
Councillor.
important.
Is there car park access from Armour Street?
Yep, you can
Yes.
walk through.
No, there's
Thank
difference
you.
between pedestrians.
Thank you.
There's
That's
car
good.
park.
Sarah,
No, it's car park. It's
Sarah?
pedestrian.
Thanks. So if we go for the hybrid option, there's space for things like the sort of little stage that we looked at taking off Gloucester Street. So easy a bit of space there and putting that on that space for activation for busking and stuff.
Absolutely, there is space for it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And did we have any feedback from those groups who came and wanted to activate this site the first time? So initially it was, Michael Bell and the others from the Landrometer and those kind of things. Have they given any feedback about having some space just that publicly?
Again, we haven't explored a detailed design on this because we don't know your direction on it. If we go that we need to have a greater amount of activation space, that's something we can talk to them about. At the moment, I think in our preferred option, you've got a good space that will work really well with the court's education space, which is right at the back of the court theatre.
Yeah.
I can see school kids coming out, having their lunch, sitting on that area, running round while they're doing their events inside. So I think you've got a good option in front of you in that.
Okay, I really... Oh, don't everyone keep putting their hand up. Right, we've got 6 ahead of us. Pauline, please, quickly. Okay, so we've got... Just so we're on the right track, everybody, we've got... Aaron has put up that he's happy with option 3.
I'll second Aaron's if you want.
Oh, it's already done.
Oh, did you? Oh, Kelly.
Jake has said he's happy with the staff recommendation, which is option 1. Okay, so Pauline's question, that's gone. Yeah, everything's seconded. Yep. No, you're thirding it. Stop. Kelly.
Bruce, could you just remind me of the capacity of both venues in full? Sorry.
1150 for Isaac Theatre Royal.
Yeah, and I think between the two theatres plus the education, about 300 in the court. But I can get the details on that. I don't have those
So what
details.
was it?
1150 for Isaac Theatre
Yes,
Royal,
you're
and it's around about 450. It's both
Yeah.
both venues.
Move
and
to
court
debate.
theatre
So
being-
around 1500.
Okay, stop right there. We're going on forever and ever. I'm going to put it to the vote and get to debate. Otherwise, we're never going to see the light of day out of here. So yeah, that's what normally happens.
Debate.
Okay, so I'm putting the motion that
Debate.
The-
Debate first.
debate first. Oh, okay. Righto, debate, please. Jake.
Yeah. Look, happy to support the foreshadowed option 1, the hybrid model. I thought we had a really good, sensible, pragmatic compromise solution on the table that was good for everyone, adding a substantial amount of car parking, but also adding a bit of green space and a bit of public amenity. You know, there in this area there is going to be an increasing amount of car parking come online. It's a problem that's going to continue to resolve itself, and we're going a long way to resolving that problem here today. Not to mention, it's cheaper. And I think that that's something we really have to bear in mind when spending public money as well. So, I mean, yeah, I would have thought it was a no-brainer.
Okay. Pauline.
Thank you. I totally endorse what Councillor McClellan has just said. It's a pragmatic, sensible and attractive option because it does give us some green space as well, and it's got a great synergy with the court theatre, and I love what Bruce said about the educational opportunities there. But also, just in case you're on the fence a wee bit about supporting Councillor McClellan's motion, which I hope you're not, but if you are, the Central City Parking Committee the other day approved car parking on Colombo Street between Armagh and Gloucester. That's the bit where it's currently all fenced off with construction. We were unable to approve any mobility parks in there because it's the physical nature of it is a bit narrow to allow the extra opening for the doors. So there'll be more mobility parks in this hybrid option, which is really good to see. So yeah, please support the hybrid. It's pragmatic and sensible.
Thanks. This might be the third or fourth time I've looked at this site over the last number of years. And one thing that some people around the table may not have been here for, because I think it was last term, was last time we discussed looking at this as a car park. And one of the things we looked at in detail was the availability of car parking in the area, especially for those evening events when both the Theatre Royal, the Piano and the Court Theatre are being used. At the moment, we have the Piano and the Court Theatre and people are managing. It's not ideal still, but people are managing. Adding on the Court Theatre, of course, is extra demand. But there are over 1,000 spots in car parking buildings less than a 10-minute walk away, and many of them are really close. And you have to remember that during the daytime, those parks might be full with other cars, but at night time, they're mostly empty. Office workers, shoppers, all gone, and even the on-street car parking in the area isn't being used for those purposes. So there is actually a lot of car parking in the area. When you have the number of buildings in this street that have high visitor numbers, so we're including Tūranga there, Piano Theatre Royal, Court Theatre and stuff like that, you do need some public realm space. If we open it up to be just a full car park with like time limited parking, those kind of things, you ruin the safety impact and the walkability of the stuff that's currently on Gloucester Street. And we already know that's going to be an issue with probably having to put the speed back up there. So we do need to make sure that we're not driving too much additional traffic onto Gloucester Street. So having a pragmatic compromise where we have part parking maybe organised by the Court Theatre and the Isaac Theatre Royal, it might be leased, whatever, having some good mobility parking for patrons who can't walk a couple of 100 metres away is a really good idea, and having that activity space outside. You can imagine people standing around, you might be able to fence it off for events, all sorts of bits and pieces. It'll be a great addition to the area, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, so I do agree with a number of the points that have been raised about the accessible parking, the disability parking close by. I agree with Jake's points around budget. You want a good return for the ratepayers, which is obviously doing the full site in parking is the best return for ratepayers. The cost is not much more for the setup, but the return is $500,000 a year on that many car parks. And if you go to the Court Theatre and have a look at the audience, like they make people like Phil and I look young as the average age of what's at the Court Theatre audience. You know, I'm being realistic here. They have an older audience that need parking close by, and we can promise them 10-minute away car parks, but in the pouring rain or even on cold evenings, which is half the year, those people will suffer having to walk 10 minutes to the Court Theatre. So if we want the Court Theatre, the $50 million project of the Court Theatre to be successful, it has to be accessible. And the only way to make it accessible is to put the parking out. And this is a medium or a medium-term solution. It's not the long-term solution for the area. So it would be good to give both theatres the best opportunity to be successful. And for the other things that people wanted, like those green spaces for people to run around and play in, right behind this is exactly that. Where the Ken's Cameras was on Gloucester Street is exactly what that is. That is open space. It does have the line chip and the AstroTurf and whatever else you want, and there's some seats and things to jump on or jump off. So that space already exists in that same lot. Unless it's going somewhere, but we've seen no proposals for the infamous black box that was to go there. So the smart money for the city, and if this table wants the Court Theatre to be successful, will be to put as much parking as possible in that site, but make it look really, really good. So I plead with my councillors that want to make the place accessible, successful, and also the most cost-effective, option 3.
Okay, James.
Look, I can't disagree with those who are enthusiastic about green space. It's fantastic in the city, and there's so much more of it. In Christchurch 2.0 post the earthquake, but you have got Victoria Square there. You have got the Avon Otakaro green space. That links along the Oxford Terrace, Avon River Promenade. So the reality is, though, that this is the central city. It's a hub for people. A metropolitan melting pot for all of the city with a lot of activities going on there. And at the end of the day, it's wonderful to have parks and everything, but people have actually got to get in there. And of the 1,000 or so car parks that are often bandied around, the lion's share of these are permanently leased spaces, 24 hours per day. So it means they are absolutely no use to the public. And I think the fact of all of this comes back to what's critical for the success of the Performing Arts Precinct. And it's wider than just the Court Theatre, as we know. There's the Isaac Theatre Royal, the piano, the Central Library in the form of Tūranga. They all need more parking. All of the business cases show that. Forget even the Court Theatre's own business case that was predicated on a car parking building, which now isn't happening. But there's an undersupply of car parking in the area. You can use permanent parks all you want in arguments, but I'm really interested more in how it tangibly affects our residents, and there is an undersupply of parking. So with the Court Theatre opening in May 2025, we've got to get moving. Look, we're talking about 80 car parks versus 50 car parks, but the truth is the third option results in more revenue. More revenue for the council because of the increased number of car parks, and it meets a demand the community is requiring. So at around $700,000, I don't see this as just an expense, it's an investment. Council can generate revenue from parking fees while ensuring the land serves a practical, high demand purpose. So fundamentally a hybrid or green space, it's not going to solve the parking issue, and it risks turning this underused problematic site, or it risks continuing this being an underused problematic site when there's actually an opportunity there. So look, rightly or wrongly, the decision around the car parking building was to not proceed with that, and that's the decision that the council made. But the truth is the best way to maximise the return on the investment and genuinely meet that market demand is to do this properly. And I think having a hybrid or half-baked solution there just really shortchanges those that have invested in the area, those who are going to be patrons and of the facilities in this area, and ultimately ratepayers. So for me, it's about real everyday usability, not just the theory. I don't think visitors should have to struggle to park more than they already have to when a solution is within reach here. And the only other thing I'd say too, to add on that is, of course, there's the older customers and patrons that have mobility issues, but you've also got a library there. And the amount of parents and everything that you see going there with young children, with car seats and prams and strollers, a lot of those other modes of transport just aren't viable. So meet a need in the market and bring in the revenue for the council. So totally support option 3. It's the only sensible way to go.
We have got 3 people who are preferring the hybrid option. We have 2 people in debate so far that have said they want all the car park. And I believe it's reasonable for me to move to the vote under section item 17.15, so we'll get on with it. Otherwise, we'll be here all day. So I'm now putting this option here, which you see in front of me, which is Aaron and Kelly. And we know there's a foreshadow one right after it. And that's for complete car park. Do we understand? That's option 3. Okay. So I'll put that motion. All those in favour of what you see there? Aye. Against?
No. No.
You're on, Sam. We should do that more.
Okay, this is the division for option 3, as you see on screen. Councillor Templeton. Councillor McClellan. Councillor MacDonald.
Yes.
Councillor Johansson. Councillor Fields.
No.
Councillor Moore. Councillor Donovan online.
No.
Councillor Coker.
No.
Councillor Peters.
Yes.
The Mayor.
Yep.
Councillor Scundrett.
Yes.
Councillor Barber.
Yes.
Councillor Kewen.
Yes.
Councillor Goff.
Yes.
Councillor Henstock.
Yes.
Councillor Harrison Hunt.
No.
Deputy Mayor Cotter.
Just one more vote, guys.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 for, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 against.
Okay, so that's lost. Now we do the
Staff recommendation.
staff recommend. Just
Yeah.
yes.
And shall we just reverse the voting?
So please don't anyone say division on this. All those in favour of the staff recommendation say aye.
Aye. Division.
Again?
Division.
Why don't you? Could we ask that you just simply record those who
Reverse
supported the
the
last
vote.
one as opposed to that, and then
Just
move
reverse
on?
it.
Is
Yeah.
anybody changing? We need to go into.
Can you just record my vote in
So
opposition
that-
along with
No, we
the
have to
7
do a
others?
division.
Oh, we have to do a division? Okay.
It's been called for.
You've been busy today, Sam?
This is a division for the staff recommendation. Councillor Moore.
Yes.
Councillor Johansson.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Cotter. Yes. Councillor McClellan.
Yes.
Councillor Barber.
No.
Councillor Goff.
No.
Councillor MacDonald.
No.
Councillor Kewen.
A reluctant compromising yes.
I knew.
Councillor Fields.
Yes to spending less.
The Mayor.
I'm getting all confused here. No. Aaron's fuzzled my mind.
Did you get the Mayor? Councillor Scundrett.
No.
Councillor Harrison Hunt. He's a bit old.
Yes.
Councillor Coker. Staff recommendation. Councillor Templeton.
Yes to the pragmatic compromise.
There's a first for everything, isn't there?
Councillor Donovan online.
Yes.
Councillor Peters.
Reluctantly, yes.
Councillor Henstock. 1, 2, that's a no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Whatever
6,
it is.
7, 8, 9,
That's
10,
one.
11, 4.
Okay.
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 Right, next one.
Okay.
We'll do number 8, that one, shall we?
Yeah.
We'll go to number 8. We've still got miles to go. Don't start getting your bag out as if you're leaving, you know.
Actually, why don't we do some of the staff reports and force people to stay?
Victoria, James,
What?
You'll move which one, Sam?
Which one? I don't know.
Okay. Right. So we're now, excuse me everyone, we're now on item 8 and Sam has moved it and
I'll second it.
Mark will second it.
You need to vote.
Do we, everyone's read it, of course, cover to cover. Is there any questions? Is there any, yes, Sarah?
Just checking on the potential. Are there likely or potentially going to be any other reversals? Do we know at this stage, or do we think this is it?
Through the chair, the only other changes will be around schools, and we've got another year to enact those changes.
Okay, so we've got some schools that have gone down.
There's a couple of schools that are changing because they're on specified roads.
Yeah.
But the bigger change around schools is the reduction in the school speed zone size, which is going to be limited to what's the distance? 300 metres
total, isn't it?
Around the school gate. But we have another year to do that, whereas this first round of changes we need to get done this year.
Okay, and so when do we expect will that be like early next year or something? We'll get a report on increasing speeds around schools?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thanks.
It won't, just through the chair, that won't be increasing speeds outside of those schools. It will only be adding variable speed limits outside of those other schools.
Oh, so that's what I was checking. So there's no schools that have already been lowered that are going to have to go to variable?
Other than the ones in this report currently.
Yeah,
No.
no. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's what I was checking.
Okay, Tyler?
Little public knowledge one. So we can't change the speed limits accordingly, right? It's all government, central government mandated. Correct. Thank you. And just on the basis of the revocations and the new school variable speed limits, what was the work done from staff in regards to the certain projects that you've lined up, and how many more are left?
Other than, like I said, this piece of work is more just around the specified roads, not the school speed limits.
Yep.
So there's a couple of schools that are included in this list, but all the work around the school speed limits and the determining where the school gate is and the size in the school speed zone, that's yet to happen.
Sure. Last question was around revocations. For these roads here, I'm looking at Hay Street, Dudu Road, essentially. There was Hoon Hay, which is Rose Street, and the last one was Hunter Terrace. What was the basis for the changes?
That's you, dude. Yes. So the changes are because of the rule. So within the rule, it's all about the specified road. So in the report, it talks about the specified roads being if it's a local road that's been changed to a speed limit of 30 since 2020, and one of the reasons being a school. That's the main one. The other one is if it's an urban connector or classified as an urban connector and then has been reduced since 2020. So that's where that list has come from, is the ones that are the specified roads.
That's great for clarification. Thanks so much, guys. Cheers.
Just a question on Western Valley Road. So when the 30k was implemented, it was from the junction with the Christchurch Akaroa Road and all the way down, so quite a big distance. Why was it from that junction and not from sort of a more kind of a localised area, just sort of outside the school and the fire station there, just out of it. Yeah.
I think at the time we were trying to cover the area that school children travel on to get to school, and with Western Valley school children do travel all along that Western Valley Road. Hence why we put a path in there a number of years ago to try and help facilitate that. So that's why we included the whole area.
Thank you. What was the feedback through you, Mr. Chair? Just so has there been any sort of discussion with the school around this proposed change?
No, there has not.
Right. So doing it to rather than with, in a way.
So,
government policy, but
yes,
you know.
through the chair. So we will be speaking with the schools after today's meeting. We weren't going to them before your decision today.
Do we know how many traffic movements there are up Western Valley Road outside of school pick-up and drop-off hours? Might be difficult to answer, but it's probably a low-volume road.
I could put a guess on it, but it'd be a guess, and I'd probably say no more than 300.
In a day?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's still quite a few.
Through the chair, can I just add, we do need to go back to all these roads have been identified because of the specified rule from government. So this isn't something that we can go and negotiate on or go in and talk to the affected parties about. We have to change it because of the legislation.
No, thanks, Lynn. I appreciate that. Yeah, just concerned about unintended consequences. And there are no footpaths on Western Valley Road, so pedestrians, regardless of the time of... I mean, there are some, but it's quite limited footpaths on Western Valley Road.
Through the chair, there is one on the state highway side of Western Valley Road, so that would be the, get my bearings right, probably the east side. There's a stone footpath that we put in probably about 4 or 5 years ago.
And do we know what the relative cost of like switching to a variable sign will be for that particular area?
So through the chair, it is going to a variable sign.
Yeah.
It's just going to be static, not electronic there because of the traffic volumes. You're looking between, say, 4,000 if you're just the static, whereas you're getting up to that 40,000 if you were to look to put electronics. But it is getting a static variable speed limit outside.
And is the variable time like specified, like it has to be between this and this time, or it can be a broader time range?
So through the chair, there are limits imposed on us on how long we can have the 30k in place for. But one of the resolutions you'll note is authorising the decision around changing the times to be made by the head of transport. Just because there's so many schools across the network, we don't want to be coming back to you as full council every time we need to change those times to accommodate a school. Just to answer more accurately your previous question, Councillor, about the traffic volumes on that road. I'm just looking at the data now, and the average weekday traffic is 260 vehicles.
Okay, thank you.
Clarification, 4.9.1 on page 76. Do nothing. So if we don't agree with this, non-compliance of the rule by council creates a risk that the New Zealand Transport Agency or Waka Kotahi can issue a direction for the council to comply. Should the council, as an RCA, Road Controlling Authority, not comply with directions, then under section 9.1 of the rule, the agency may exercise the power of the Road Controlling Authority to do so. But we are the Road Controlling Authority.
Yes, and through the chair, yes, but the legislation allows the agency to act as the road controlling authority on local roads if we don't comply with the rule.
Okay, that explains that. And the other question I have is the agency may exercise the power. So what confidence do you have that they will, or will they maybe respect our decision?
Through the chair, I can't answer on behalf of an NZTA on that, unfortunately.
No, none of us can.
Thank you.
That's going to be my question. Kia ora, guys. First one's around the school hours, and I know that you pragmatically entered that in getting the head of transport to sort of delegate the speed times with the variable times within the schools. We provided feedback from memory a while back. Was that to government? And did they listen to anything?
We did, through the chair, we did provide a response to the consultation when this rule was consulted on. I'm not sure whether they did take on any of that feedback. I can't confirm solidly, but the rule is, what's been published in the rule is quite similar to what they consulted on. So there wasn't much change.
Okay. And just going off the report, it states school travel periods must occur only on days on which the school is open for instruction. Is that time bound? So, for example, if the school is instructing Monday to Friday, and say their last lesson is at 3:15 p.m, are we able to set a variable time after that for extracurricular activities?
Yeah. So through the chair, yes, under the new rule, there is a 10-minute buffer that can be done for extracurricular stuff. Yep, 10 minutes is all their rule allows. It is timed out, that it very much talks about what a school day is, that it's a pick up and drop off time, that it is around those bell times. So if there is anything at 5 p.m, 6 p.m, and that's outside of the school times, there's only a 10-minute buffer that those are able to be used.
What if lunch hasn't arrived by then?
Okay, yeah, so last one, sorry, Mr. Mayor, is if we turn this down, that will leave the power to Waka Kotahi to implement and enact. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, potentially, yes.
And do they pay for it?
No. That's the.
Or do they send us the bill?
I imagine they'll send us the bill.
Yeah.
No, I'm all good. That's me. Done.
Seriously, will they pay for it? They might pay for it until the next time they come to fund a bit of roading work, and then we'll be in creek. Right. Just one question I heard you say before. Did you say standard signs around the school? And I'm assuming there's two signs, because if the school's just, and I know schools have got different entrances, if it's one road going past, one static sign, is that $4,000? The $2,000 each, roughly,
Yeah.
Very roughly.
Approximately, yes. But that includes return to speed signs as well. So it's a total of 4 signs for that.
Roger. But if you use the variable one, it's $40,000 for the same setup.
Through the chair.
Correct.
Yeah, and are we? And this is a bit I don't understand. Are we forced to use the variable ones or not? Can we get away with the going forward?
Through the chair, under the traffic control devices rule, yes, in certain situations we are required to use the electronic speed signs on the likes of urban connectors. So roads that are looking above 10,000 vehicles a day is when we are using those.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
Further to that, Chair, when we come to you to present the options around what we do around schools, we'll have all that information available to you for that, because that is likely to be a much larger impact than what we've got in front of you today.
Good, thank you. Sorry, right, Yanni, Tyrone, and Tim.
Do we know the number of infringements on these roads that we're reversing? Like, do we know how many people have been infringed for speeding?
Through the chair, we don't have that information to hand.
Right. And how do we liaise with the police around what they're doing in regards to enforcement?
We through the chair, at the moment, we haven't been specifically engaging on that with the police.
Right. Okay.
What we do is, if we get complaints of speeding, we do always refer those on to the police.
Yeah. So, out of the ones that we're reversing on the urban collectors, I know at least one has been problematic, which is the Gloucester Street one. Yeah. I mean, residents have contacted council. Have you had complaints about the other ones, or are they just a product of the rule?
I don't think we've had complaints about the others. I think we may have had a couple about the ones on Colombo Street. Yeah. Other than that, we haven't had any.
Okay, thanks, mate. Right, we've got 2 left, Tyrone and Tim.
Kia ora. So just with regard to the signs themselves, like flashing versus static. So even the feedback that I've got, even from those that oppose the 30k reduction, might say, well, why can't we have the flashing signs like they have in the city, like in Taitapu? Why not? And how does that get decided?
A lot of that will come down to cost. There are provisions in the TCD rule that dictate where we can use the non-flashing signs. and ultimately a lot of it will come down to cost, and that's what we'll present to you when we bring the school package of speed changes to you.
Oh, so that decision will come back to council.
Yes.
Okay.
Excellent. Thanks, mate. And lastly, Tim.
Thank you. The two the kind of different, the Rose Street one for Kashmir High, which commenced at the intersection of Rose Street and Hoon Hay Road, and then all the way down to Barrington Street, the full length of Rose Street, it kind of negated having a 30k, because if you come off Hoon Hay Road and you started at 30k, you're wondering where the school was. So by the time you got to the school, most drivers were back to 50 or 60k's. So just as a lesson learnt, we've got to be more specific. With regards to St Peter's, which was the Colombo Street reduction, which was from Hunter Terrace, or the bridge, the river, through to 130 whatever metres past. It has a really good crossing now. Could it be raised, just saying. But in alignment with Thorrington School, which is a K further along, which has a really good crossing, but doesn't have any 30k reduce, I thought that would have been the place to have it. But there are some lessons learnt here, and I think we've got to be really focused on it. But I think the 40k electronic ones are definitely the way to go. Thank you.
Take that on board. Thank you.
You've got a sign shop.
You'd be surprised at what I got.
Right, okay. So I'll shut off the questions. Have we got any discussion, debate on it? Sarah?
I frequently get requests from residents for slower streets in their communities, and I've had contact recently from people who remembered the consultation we did several years ago with all the pinpoint maps and the decisions we made, and they're saying, when is my street being lowered? We submitted in favour, and you said it would be in the next tranche. So Flinders Road, those kind of places. We're now no longer able to do that for our communities. And around schools, 85% of deaths and serious injuries within 400 metres of the school happen outside of those pick-up and drop-off times, because schools aren't just about school hours. They're extracurricular, they're kids playing, and they are kids travelling to and from school. It's not just the 300 metres outside the gate. Kids don't leave their front door at home and then magically appear close to the school ready to walk the last little bit in. They travel there. And we want to enable our kids to be able to walk, bike, scoot, meander with friends, look at trees on the way, all of those things that we were able to do as kids, and they currently can't because our streets aren't safe enough and their parents won't allow them to. We have chosen as a council in the past not to meet government deadlines and to follow government legislation when it comes to density. This is not just about density and where homes go. This is about lives. And I don't know about you, but for this one, I'm not willing to be the person who says, yes, let's raise speeds and put our kids at risk. I'm not happy for Waka Kotahi to do it either, but I'm not willing to do that. And if Waka Kotahi choose to, I think that's on them.
Mm-hmm. We have Tyrone and then Tyler.
Kia ora. I mean, my kind of gut feel about all of this is that it's a whole lot of faffing around and wasting people's time for no real benefit. You know, and the whole process of shifting speed limits around, I acknowledge Sarah, Councillor Templeton's point about, you know, I mean, absolutely, utterly, it's about people's lives, and we really have to protect and defend that. That's really, really important. Well, it's basically absolutely critical to everything that we do. That said, if I refer to Western Valley Road, which is in Little River on this list, I mean, we've got a country road with no footpaths, where there's a school, a fire station, and a public sports ground that, you know, has frequent traffic movements in and out. And I don't really think people necessarily adhere to the speed limit there anyway. And that's generally law-abiding people who do really care about their community and may not actually necessarily respect the 30 kilometre an hour speed limit. Rightly or wrongly, you know, that happens, and we kind of have to have to deal with that. So, I mean, ideally we would be able to just encourage better driver behaviour, encourage people to look out for our children on the roads all the time, and really just try and get a cultural change, because there does seem to be so much anger in the world about people being minorly inconvenienced, which I find troubling. But anyway, but be that as it may, I'm going to, I mean, what the feedback I've had from the community is some people think it's absolute bullshit, and some people think I absolutely have no issue for travelling for 10 seconds at a speed 20 k's lower than what it was before. You know, so you've got a mix of views. I'm troubled that the fact that the school was not consulted. Again, it's like one of those things where communities are having things done to them rather than with them. And again, the cost of doing it all is just dumb. But anyway, all that said, look, I'm happy to support it because, you know, what else do you do? Well, I just wanted a decent outcome. Reluctantly support it, but what I would say is I would like to have flashing variable signs in Little River if we can get those, and I would request my council colleagues would support that when it comes to a decision.
Okay, Tyler, and then Jake, and
when this came to our table to provide some feedback to central government on these changes, I was beside myself seeing the proposed changes, and little to nothing has changed since then. Let me first start with the distance between schools, and noting that 150 metres either side of a school sign is not enough. I mean, if you're even thinking about the Riccarton ward themselves, you've got Te Kapihu, who are on a main arterial on Main South Road. You've got Middleton Grange, who often have issues with traffic on Arthur Street. You've got Villa Maria, who again are on Curlitz Road. And if you even go further up, most of these schools that are in the Riccarton ward are outside either main arterials or urban connectors, of which are highly vulnerable because of the amount of traffic that goes through Riccarton. And you're having more than 45,000 car movements through Riccarton itself, and think about the foot traffic that goes through that, because not everyone's going to be picking up their kids. Secondly, so I find that absolutely abominable that we're not consulting with our schools. It's actually not us, it's central government not consulting with their schools appropriately. I think our staff have done a completely fantastic job in the way that they've had to manage the changes that central government have imposed on us. I am unwilling to vote yes on this. There's no way I can say yes to this. I don't want to have my name on something that could potentially have a lasting impact on a child, whether we have a choice on it or not. I don't care. I'd rather Waka deal with it and make the decision for us, because we've had two major injuries of school kids in Riccarton. One of them was actually just off in main arterial into a suburban street, and that child was under the car for a lot of minutes, and pedestrians had to lift the car up to take the child out. And that was going from 50, 60 kilometres an hour, turning into a suburban street with momentum and running a child over that tried to just go home from school. So again, you'll know the reason why I'm not voting on this on principality. I understand the changes that are coming across, but I don't want to have that on my ledger. Kia ora.
Right. It has, hang on a moment. Have the mover and seconder got anything that markedly want to change? Because I want to put this out.
No, I'm happy.
You're happy? Yeah. Because we've heard all sides of the thing, and I just want to get going. Sorry. So I won't use the word 17.15 because I don't want to wear it out. I'm going to use this a lot. So I'll put this motion. I think everyone's on the same track, and a lot of people have had their say. So I'll put this motion. All those in favour? Aye. All those against? No. Against. Okay, that's cool. So you're leaving it up to Waka Te Kotahi to do it. Is that what you're saying?
We're finished debate.
Yeah, division. Yeah, come on, Sam. That you get.
Okay, let's just vote. Yep.
Okay.
So this is for item 8.
No one's going to change their minds.
So division for item 8, Councillor Kewen.
Yes.
Councillor McClellan. Councillor MacDonald.
Yes.
Councillor Moore.
Yes.
Councillor Scandrett.
I'm going to abstain because it's twice today I haven't had a chance to, an opportunity to debate.
Councillor Harrison Hunt.
No.
Councillor Coker.
No.
Councillor Peters.
Yes.
The Mayor.
Yep.
Councillor Templeton. Councillor Barber.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Cotter.
No.
Councillor Fields.
Abstention.
Councillor Johansson.
Yes.
Councillor Donovan online.
No.
Councillor Goff is not here, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 against and 2 abstentions.
Cool. So that's carried. Thank you. Right, moving right along. Number 10, the electric vehicle policy. I am happy to move this, and Melanie's happy to second it. Do we want to have any questions of Jane, who's rushing up to the table? Yanni, yeah. Hang on, Tim might want to have a debate. Yanni, then Tim. Hello, everyone.
It's just very quick, because I understand that we've got, I understand that this is mainly around Rick and Sport charges that council own, but we've also got, I think, Orion-owned charges on council land, including libraries and community facilities and road. And I was just wondering, with the changes that we're being asked to make, will that then give us the ability to also get revenue from the private operators on council's land currently?
I think the way it works with them is they have a license to occupy, and that we're not charging for that license to occupy currently. The ability to change that up would need to be when that license to occupy would ends its life, if you like. So when you renegotiate the license to occupy, so they usually have a shelf life, and I think in the case of those ones, I think it's a 20-year term.
So basically we gave permission for 20 years and allowed them to introduce charges when it was free without any ability to get revenue back.
Yes.
Why did we do that? So on the flip side, what you're asking us to do today changes that for Rec and Sport and enables us for the council-owned ones to get some sort of return to pay the cost of...
Just to clarify, it doesn't just change it for Rec and Sport, it allows council to explore the opportunity for future charging.
Okay, cool.
Okay, Tim.
Thank you. As we're changing 5.3 to 5.3 with regards to may also include a financial return, is it possible for us to change that to will include? Because at the moment it seems pretty airy-fairy.
I guess the answer to that is yes. Yep. If councillors would like to do that, I think the reason why the wording may was used was to provide flexibility.
Yeah. Because I mean, yeah. Okay, I'll save the rest for debate. If there's no, I was just right. I'm getting bloody sick of this, guys. Yeah,
Aaron.
So, just where it says electric infrastructure, are we able to put electric/hydrogen, just in case someone comes along with a proposal for a plug-in somewhere, and it allows the staff to negotiate it straight away without a change in another policy? You plug into the grid, and hydrogen comes out the pump at the other end. Well, it's just been installed in Gore, so yes, Gore beat us to it, even though it was built in Christchurch.
Through the chair, if I might comment on that. We're seeking an interim amendment to the electric vehicle policy. The electric vehicle policy will be reviewed in its totality in due course. That process has started. That might be the point to consider broader vehicle types.
Thank you. Thank you, Jane. Wonderful. Tyrone?
So, thank you, Your Worship. So, let's just say for somewhere like Littleton that doesn't have a lot of
Hydrogen.
or hydrogen. People don't really have garages, so there's probably more need per head of population for sort of charging infrastructure. Yeah. So this wouldn't preclude, so we might need to incentivise providers to because they might think Littleton's a bit too hard basket and putting costs on using public infrastructure and that to provide that might be a bit difficult and might be outside, it might not be profitable. So this doesn't preclude us not charging providers for exploring more difficult, more hard basket options like Akaroa, Littleton, wherever. Yeah.
I guess that's one of the reasons why we put the word may in to enable that flexibility.
I mean, does it need to have extra conditions around? I mean, the may then becomes discretionary. So
through the chair,
could we put extra conditions in to try and sort of give some direction there?
I would suggest through the chair that those sorts of considerations be picked up in the wider review process.
So I think it's clear because the first one is in order to uptake electric infrastructure, and then the secondary one is that it may also get revenue, but the first point is the electric infrastructure. So I think you're okay.
I want to encourage people to do it. Any other questions? Right. Any discussion or debate? Tim.
Oh gosh. Yeah. Right. Don't be disappointed. Thanks, Dad. Hey, look, around this table we talk about equity, cost of living crisis and rising rates. Those families who are at the edge of all of this will be looking at feeding and clothing their kids first. Then they will be paying the mortgage and insurance, which go hand in hand. You can't have one without the other. And then finally they'll be looking at rates. Those families won't be going out to buy an electric car for $10,000 or $20,000. So why should they have to subsidise those of us who have electric cars who can pull up at a council facility and get charged for free? It's not for free because the ratepayers are paying for it. There's always a cost somewhere. So where's the equity? Around this table I hear again and again, cost of living crisis, rates rises, and here it is. So I would like us to be charging for electric supply to cars for charging, and we should never have supplied chargers. There are a number of private companies, and there are more coming, that will be getting on this bandwagon. It is really, really positive. The Chinese are leading it, believe it or not. It's not Europe or Tesla, and they're getting into cars now that will charge quicker than you can refuel. So, I mean, why we should be getting revenue back from this to supplement the rates that we're paying and allowing for equity for all. So thank you. I will not be supporting this as it is.
Okay, that's some of the best debate I've heard from you today. Okay, is there anyone else? Mel, yeah.
I mean, you've got an electric car. We all know that if you have an electric car, it costs you significantly less to run than having a petrol car. So any family who is looking to get a new car, and it may not be it won't be a new car, but to have a different car because their other ones maybe not working anymore, would be smart to move to an electric vehicle if they want to have one at all. So this would actually benefit those families from those ratepayers who actually contribute a lot to our rates. So I have the same argument but a different point of view.
Sorry, Mel was talking. Right. I'm going to put this. You're happy and anything else? Right. we've got a... Yes, we have. Look at that. Mover and seconder. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Okay. Right, that is carried. Tim's here. Now we've got Lynette, who's been waiting there for hours.
It's too late
Oh,
now.
we've got another 3 hours yet.
Yeah.
We haven't even gone to PX.
2 unit reports, PX.
Still a long way. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's two more here.
Two more.
2 more in public. Yeah. So right now we've got transport operations report from July to December.
I've got to cut 5, so we might move mine on to the...
So just process-wise, being that we're dwindling and we've still got more papers to go, are we able to just push this out to the next meeting to have a proper discussion over it? Like long day kind of thing, and and still at least one very chunky item to go.
A lot of people do work till 5, just saying.
Yeah, no. I'm just like that. The next one's likely to be quite chunky.
The which one?
So we could
Sorry,
take,
Sharon?
we could
The
take
PX one.
Oh, I don't. So,
I don't. Up to you. I mean, it's fine, but
carry on.
Okay, keep on.
Carry on. I'm happy to move this.
Any seconders?
Did you second it, Sarah? No. Right, and Kelly, well, fire away, Lynette, please.
Kia ora, I was only going to do a quick introduction and an apology from Steve Guy. He's unfortunately he's gone away ill today, but Steve Wright's with me today, and for the council, I would like to acknowledge Steve Guy. He is leaving us in next week, so yeah, he's not, but he doesn't listen to instruction very well. And I just wanted to highlight this report. The first item in this report talks about the implementation of the new asset management data standards that the team have undertaken in conjunction with NZTA and the resource road efficiency group. And so that's a national-wide standard, and it's something that we will see the impact of into the future. So I'll leave it at that because, as Councillor Templeton indicated, it's been a long day.
Surely you got more to say. Okay. Has anyone got any questions? Yes, we've got Mel and then Yanni.
It talks about street trees in here, and we were going to have come back from one of the plans, the last plan, about locations for street trees in future.
Yes.
Where's that?
I'm anticipating that will be in the next report. We didn't quite have it for this one. Hey.
Yep.
So I've got Yanni, Mark,
Yeah.
Tyler, Sarah.
Sarah.
It will now.
So Yanni.
Mel, you done? Yeah, sorry. I was just looking. Jan, please.
I was quite surprised when we went to look at the stadium that the main entrance isn't where we're doing all the majority of the work on Litchfield Street. So the entrance there is like the corporate suite entrance, not the main public entrance. Given that that's the case, have we thought about, sorry, this is on page 15 of your report. Have we thought, yeah, it's got doors that are about that narrow, remember? Yeah. So I was just wondering if we were aware of that when we were doing the street, and whether we need to do anything else on the other side where the main entrance is.
So through the chair, I think, yes, we were aware of it. It was discussed at the hearings panel, and the design has extended down Cashel Street as well. So there is work that is on Cashel Street. So that the tie-up with Litchfield Street was also the linkage in with High Street and the walking path from the bus interchange. So there's been but just to clarify in the public, there's been a vast amount of work undertaken on Madras Street itself.
Okay.
And the other question I had was in regards to the length of time it's taking to do our roadworks, I'm still getting lots of complaints from people about how long it's taking, and I know we look to speed some things up. But is there anything else that we're considering around getting the work done quicker, given the disruption that it's causing?
Through the chair, whenever we undertake roadworks, we look to complete them as quickly and as efficiently as we can. As everyone knows, time's money, and but at the same token, we look to do the best quality job we can and achieve the best outcomes we can for the community. So it's a balancing act all the time. The works that are going on, particularly around Te Kaha at the moment, are moving incredibly quickly. And I know there's other sites around the city that are moving fast. I do understand for the residents that are impacted by it, particularly residents that are living in the area where the roadworks are, it can feel like a really long time. But I do assure them we're going as quickly as we can, as are our contractors.
Thank you.
Further to that, through the chair as well, we do always take into account the impact the roadworks have on the residents. And that's a massive factor in our planning on how we choose to implement the job.
Great, thank you. Mark, please.
Thank you. A couple of questions. Pound Road rehabilitation. I was interested to see that you've done the portion Yaldhurst through to Ryan's. Is there any plans to do any further down on perhaps Buchanan's through to Roberts?
I'd have to take that away, sorry.
Yeah,
I'll take that one away.
Thank you, because it's taking a pounding, and I've got a lot of residents out there who are being disturbed by a lot of vibration and road breakups out there.
Yep.
And the other thing I wanted to ask a question about too was, do we do any post-change monitoring of the effect on travel times after we've done a major change, like say Church Corner? We're hearing a bit of noise around there about congestion increasing a lot because of the speed humps we've put in.
Through the chair, for all of our big projects that we put in, we do try and do post-implementation monitoring, normally 6 months to a year after. We're currently working on the monitoring report for the Kashmir Dyers Pass roundabout. So we do that because there's always lessons to learn. In addition, our RTO team constantly monitors the network to try and make sure it is as efficient as possible. And if there's any anomalies that do pop up from a delay point of view, they'll try and deal with it as well.
It's the most important.
Hey, thank you. Yep, we've got Sarah right now, and then Tyler. And then
Thanks so much. Just on page 186, I think some good things. I love the new technology thing, the way we can look after our assets and have more knowledge about our assets. It's really clear that in the third column there, that the information, the really good information we've got about our assets now, is showing us that we've got a really long way. We're a really long way behind on maintenance, and given that the council's just really looked today in our transport strategy at making sure we're maintaining things well, especially on our roads, it looks like they were 83 years behind in our required rehabilitation and reinstatement works across the roading network. In this, it says that we've got funding constraints, so we're not doing much. Will you bring to the annual plan a way for us to meet what we're supposed to be doing? Give us options. So currently we don't do much because there's no funding, but what we need is the option to fund to do that roading maintenance so that we can rehabilitate our roads.
A big part of it is to have that information ready and built up for the next long-term plan. And I know we've got 2 annual plans between that.
Yeah.
One of which is underway at the moment. There are mechanisms we can use right now to accelerate, but we've also got to look at the contractor capacity in the market. So there's a lot of work going on at the moment to see what we can do and how we can move it. We'll come back to you with more information about that, whether it'll be for this annual plan or will be for the next one. Is what we're working on at the moment.
Can you keep us regularly updated on the work to increase that contractor capacity and things like that in the regular transport reports?
Yes, suggest we do it through the regular transport reports.
Because if we're needing to do 7% and we're only doing 0.1%, that says something about how our priorities and how we're funding things. Thanks.
Kia ora, guys. A couple of things. First one's just some street projects I'd love to take offline, but they're good for public knowledge to be acknowledged. The first question I've got is around vibrations, particularly from EV buses. I'm getting quite a lot of phone calls about those. Is there any data or any feedback yet from staff around any of the CSRs that are popping up around vibrations and noise? Other than Horsell Junction, don't worry about that.
Funnily enough, we've been talking about that recently. We're looking at how we can put a consolidated effort together to address vibration. Vibration's a really difficult one because it's not just buses. It's typically heavy vehicles, but it's finding the reason for the vibration can be really difficult. It could be an abandoned pipe that is vibrating under the road network. It may be a void. There's all sorts of reasons. So it's quite a difficult situation. We have, and Steve has talked about it before, both here and at the community boards. We do have a challenge particularly with the EV buses because they are very heavy.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's something we're working on, and I suggest we come back and update you in future reports.
Sounds good. Steve, it's the intersection of Titoki Street and Kahu Road.
Okay, cool.
The heads up. I'll give you the contact details.
Yeah,
Ready
we'll
now.
have a look.
The second one is around road quality, and I've got mixed reviews. Cornini Street, for example, in Riccarton, fantastic work. Central Riccarton area, fantastic work. But I'm getting problems with sock burn, and I'm wondering, the suppliers that we use, are they always different when installing chip seal? And if so, do they use different material to implement or actually construct chip seal roads?
Well, there is, through it's the wrong Steve, I apologise, but through the chair, I can confirm there are different levels of chip seal. There's different grades of chip that are used, and that can have a big impact on the noise and the feel of the road and the longevity of it as well.
So we're working on that at the moment as well.
It's around sticky tar particularly.
Yeah. Yep.
And chip flicking onto footpaths and inside houses and whatnot.
Yeah, and that is about that is a quality of construction. The Mayor will be able to confirm that.
Yeah, I did some asphalt and roading in my day.
Yeah.
There was one major company that utilised most of the bitumen to be able to supply others.
Yeah.
I'm just worried about the quality of that one in comparison to the other one. So, would we be able to get any information in who does the work for any of those projects, or is that private to the councillors?
You can get information on who.
Yeah.
The information that starts becoming commercially sensitive is when we get down to rates and we talk dollars.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lynette, just want to bring to your attention page 11 of the report on the success of safe speed platforms. So you've got 3 intersections there. Briggs Marston's the one I'm interested in. 36 crashes over the previous 9 years, and then when the speed platforms went in, we're trumpeting no crashes, despite the fact that I've seen one go through a fence at that intersection. Yeah, I'm just wondering about the wisdom of presenting 9 years history of crashes and comparing it with 1 year since the platforms went in.
Okay. Through the chair, it's not intended to be a like-for-like comparison. It's just trying to demonstrate the data that we've got to date.
Yeah.
And certainly to date, the data is showing that there has been a positive impact of the works that we've done. Obviously, for any data to be worth its weight, the more data, you need more of it. And we will look to, and we want to report back in future years as these projects age and see what the long-term impacts are as well.
Yeah, no, look, I get that, and obviously the average speed of approach has dropped, which is significant. Yeah, but I just thought in terms of sort of accurate data, maybe previous 9 years and just the last year, to give a bit of context, but would have been useful. Thanks.
Right, thank you. So we've got to move and check that. And I must say,
Just noting that I just wanted to acknowledge you mentioned Steve Guy leaving, and he's been a real friend to the peninsula, I think, and put up with quite a lot of drama with me. So I really appreciate that. So just to acknowledge that.
He's a good guy.
No, it's a great.
All I was gonna ask, and we can get some more information back on it, is that while this is the current urban regeneration biennial report, suburban, where are we going next? Where are the next places? All of that kind of stuff. We need to really start. Yeah. Yeah.
We were supposed to have a information session workshop on the Linwood one on the 11th of March. That hasn't happened.
is this the one where you get $4 million spent?
No, this is just. So I was just wondering. I've asked previously for through the office to see if we can get some timeframes and milestones for that project. So.
We can bring that to the region as well.
Yeah.
So all I want to do for the just time request.
Yeah.
So the first. So do you know full well that we're going to have a briefing to answer some questions?
I can't hear anything, sorry.
Right. Yes. Thanks, Celeste. I've moved it. Mel seconded it. So we're going to have it at any questions that are at a briefing, just in the essence of time. So I'll put that motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thank you. That is carried. That is good. Sorry you had to wait all day for that. Right. So now the PX department. I'm moving it to go in PX, and Mark is seconding it to go in PX. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Thanks. That's